everybody. Welcome back to the Nerdcast. It is Devin broadcasting, as always, live from an undisclosed location, the center of Texas, on a pretty chill Thursday evening. How's everybody doing out there? As you can see, I am joined with Justin. What's going on?
Hey.
I think we might need to scooch you over a little bit.
Yeah, I'm off camera, man. There we go.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've been here.
It is. Yeah.
A lot has happened.
Yeah.
I don't even
A
remember.
lot of really bad stuff.
I don't even remember the last time you were here, but I think I'm safe in saying that a lot has happened since then.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you were here?
No. I mean, maybe after Trump got elected.
Wait,
Yeah, maybe
what?
a couple times after Trump got elected.
Yeah, you must have been here at least once since then.
Yeah, I mean, it's
But
maybe
I mean,
like once every 6 months, maybe, or something.
I feel like this is a trend amongst a lot of people right now, where it's just like no one's hanging out with friends anymore. No one's really. And I don't know why. It just seems like there's never enough time, or there's not enough energy, or whatever. But like nobody really does anything or nobody I know really does much of anything outside of like going to work and then like whatever they have to do for their kids. Like,
Yeah, well, having kids and stuff and the whole family thing definitely takes a lot. But we
Sure.
hung out last week, so you know,
We did.
just
That was
we
the-
didn't stream.
that was the first time in a while that we had hung out too. And I know we kind of talk about it a little bit here and there, but also that the group chat has kind of died down a little too.
It has.
So like it just feels like maybe the way of the world is just kind of pushing people down a little bit.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I think, you know, I think that, yeah, it's probably just the silos that we're all in, just trying to like keep the wolves at bay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably are contributing to that on some level. You know, it's like, I think like the most hanging out I ever did with anybody was when I worked in the same place with, you know,
Yeah, work with
friends, and
people
it's like,
that you actually like.
yeah, you go to lunch and then you hang out and have beers afterwards, and it's
Yeah.
just like you go to see movies because everyone's like, oh my god, you guys want to let's go see, you know, Mandalorian and Grogu.
Did you watch that?
I haven't seen it yet. I've been really trying to get to see it, but I saw Backrooms instead.
I did. I watched Backrooms last night. Actually, I
Yeah.
watched Backrooms last night.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I'm someone who didn't really know about the concept of the
Yeah.
back rooms until like about a year or two, maybe in the COVID year, because that's something that the weenie dog mom Holly, she was really into that, so she was telling me.
Well, I mean,
and I just didn't know though, like
it kind of didn't really get really going until the COVID.
Yeah. But yeah, so like I watched a little bit of some of that stuff and just didn't really speak to me.
Yeah.
Liminal spaces and all of that. Even though that's something that she was super into, I thought the movie was great, but I don't think that I was its target demo. Like, because she thought the movie was fucking phenomenal, and it hit all like the right buttons that she was expecting it to, or I guess that she wanted it to, based off of her being into the lore. And I didn't know shit about the lore.
Yeah.
And the concept of the liminal spaces or the backrooms being creepy didn't hit with me at all.
Really?
None of that seemed creepy. Like, I don't want to spoil anything for anybody that might want to watch
Yeah,
it. But
it's true. It's tough because we have to get into spoilers to talk about it.
yeah, there's a thing towards the end, a reveal, I guess, that I think was probably the creepiest part of the movie, but at the same time, it was like visually the coolest part of the movie, in my opinion.
The meal?
No, that was interesting too. It's what happened at the end of the meal.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. I liked the movie. I thought it was good. I
Yeah.
thought it was good. I thought there were moments of it that were great. I actually think there were. So I followed this since Kane Pixel's first video, like that. The backrooms found footage. Like I saw
Yeah.
that like right after he put it out, I guess, or maybe not. Like maybe within 3 or 4 months, and I was like, "This is fucking great."
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've always like thought The Shining was awesome. You know what I mean? And there's all those scenes. It was like I just thought, and it was also
that hotel in The Shining does have like a liminal space kind of quality to it.
And it was this was like, and I just loved the idea of this. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah.
And I loved like the just the aesthetic. I thought was really cool and really unique. And and to learn how he did it, I was just like, wow. And the fact that the dude was 16 years old and he basically figured this shit out and he made the video. I mean, basically he made the whole thing in Blender. You know what I mean? And then he used his cell phone as like he mapped the accelerometer from the cell phone onto the camera in Blender so that to give it the shake, and he literally like shook it to you know, he moved the, you know, and then added the animation of him shaking his cell phone, and then he took that because to give it that, and then he put a VHS thing on that, and you know, honestly, all that considered, it looked pretty real. There's a lot of shots that are really real looking, you know, for a video a guy made out of Blender. And I was like getting into Blender. I mean, that was during a little bit after the pandemic, late pandemic, and I was pretty heavily in my Blender arc and stuff. And I just thought like the whole thing was super imaginative, and for a 16-year-old, and it was also really experimental. Like even like referencing some, you know, like Meshes of the Afternoon and just a bunch of like really experimental films, and I was like, this is really cool. I thought that the sound design, like, so the entity in the original Black Rooms found footage, I find, in my opinion, was way scarier than the entity from the actual movie. You know what I mean? Because it was so abstract, and it made this really super creepy ass sound, which I thought was just really cool. There was a lot to like in that, and then he expanded the lore, but also because it was non-copyrightable, he invented the whole async company lore, and there's whole things on his channel where it's just internal videos of async, you know what I mean? And maybe I'm a little obviously, I think I'm like 7 or 8 years, maybe 10 years older than you, so I actually remember a lot of those aesthetics. I was very there for, you know what I mean? Those kind of like mid to late 80s, early 90s aesthetics, video aesthetics and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, I'm not that young. I remember that shit too.
But so I just thought that stuff was really, you know, it was really cool.
Yeah.
And there were other guys making videos using his lore and stuff. There were people like there was another guy just making async videos, you know, copying his style and stuff, and that was really interesting. And my daughter was really into it. I thought the movie was a legitimate extension of all that.
That's what I got from it too, and that's what Holly was saying, that it felt like it was just more of what that dude had already created.
It was. The one thing I would say is the movie tried to make it more human. It tried to take a lot of that stuff and kind of tie it into the characters. I can almost literally see the conversation they probably had when they were coming up with the script for this movie. It's like,
yeah,
this is really great, it's really cool, but the thing is, people want to watch a movie, a full-length movie. It's got to be about characters, it's got to be about people, it's got to be something we can, a person can see and relate to. It can't just be
in that sense. Yeah, and I kind of felt if there was ever any kind of criticism I would have on that, it would be that it kind of had that sort of Michael Bay Transformers vibe, where it's like, okay, we know you're here for the robots, but it can't all be robots. So here's some soldiers and like their personal, you know, grief that they have to deal with, and we're just gonna worm this into this story about robots. And it's like, okay, I know that like you can't just have a movie that's like, I mean, you guess you can. It would be an art house film.
Yeah,
that's just like completely disassociative, a completely dissociative experience, untethered to.
But I think there are people that feel narrative. Like this movie was an art house film. Like it wasn't. There's a certain. I think generally the vibe is very positive, but there is a certain amount of blowback. Like, worst movie I ever saw, dude. Super boring. Just walked around a bunch of hallways for 2 hours. Blah. You know what I mean? And it's like, did you watch what did you expect was going to happen? Have you seen any of his videos? You know what I mean?
As someone who hasn't seen any of those videos, I did kind of expect.
Oh, here we go.
I got this thing too, Sunset Sarsaparilla.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna rock the damn hammer for Louisville.
I want to watch He-Man. Yo, what's up, Kite? Welcome back to the stream. How you doing tonight? I would watch those to fall asleep to. Something with the lighting and the hums from the fluorescent lights is soothing to me. I could see that. Early ASMR kind of stuff. But again, a lot of people were creeped out by the aesthetics of the backwards. There's like I think there's a horror game based on.
Oh, there's
it
like a
too.
bunch of like shitty horror games based on it. Yeah.
Well, I think there's like a good one. I think.
I don't know.
This one
According to
escaped the
Penguin
back.
Zero, they're all ass.
This one, very positive. A ton of reviews, so this might be the one good one. Escape the back rooms. So.
See, that's based on the. This is based on the video that he
Yeah.
made. Yeah.
I guess it's one of those 4-player horror type games. But,
Like, I mean, honestly, games like the Stanley Parable are kind of like Backrooms
Yeah.
without, you know what I mean? It's
oh crap, Devin, look out. There's a Sims burglar behind you. I guess because of the shirt you're wearing.
oh really?
What's up, Taco? Welcome back to the stream. How you doing tonight? Yeah. Anyways, I thought it was a good movie. I still want to see. Have you seen Obsession?
I have not.
I still want to see that.
I've heard that movie's good. That movie doesn't interest me as much.
Yeah, I could see that.
It just seems like a drag. You know what I mean? Like, I know exactly what's going to happen. I know, you know what I'm saying? It's a very high concept movie. It's like maybe the highest concept. It's
You
been.
think, I don't even know what the
Oh,
story's
really?
about. Like, I try to keep myself as in the dark on movies nowadays as
Yeah.
possible.
Well, that's probably a good idea, but I mean, I don't think. I think it's in the execution with this with Obsession. Supposedly, it's executed really, really well, and I don't doubt that. You know,
What's
but
the
I'm
premise
just like,
behind
you
it?
know, basically, a guy wishes. He basically finds a Zoltar machine, and he wishes that this girl that doesn't want anything to do with him loved him more than anything else in the world, and that goes exactly where you think it would go. You know what I mean?
Isn't that
In a horror
Mannequin?
movie. No, Mannequin. Mannequin is actually it's a mannequin, but she was actually turned into a mannequin because she was an ancient Egyptian princess and she didn't want to marry some dude, so she prayed to like Osiris.
Oh, it's the
to get
opposite.
her out of it, and he turned her into a mannequin, and she ends up in a department store like
Yeah.
2,000 years later, and Andrew McCarthy is like a just kind of a loser dude who finally kind of stumbles into being like a stockroom guy, and like she comes to life at night, and he's like a stockroom guy at this department store, and of course they get together, and she helps him become like the most premier like window display designer
Yeah.
in New York City or whatever. You know, I seen that movie like about 1,000 times.
I think I saw it once, like maybe
Yeah,
20 years ago.
In the 80s. It was just it was one of the movies that was on HBO like all the time. In the summer, you would see it like every day. You know what I
Mannequin.
mean?
Wasn't there a Mannequin too?
I never saw that.
Okay, fair enough. That's funny. It was the exact opposite. from
However,
Obsession.
Hollywood, the character of Hollywood in Mannequin 2 is basically the archetype character for Jordan Peele's Gremlins 2.
Oh, really?
Gremlins 2 character.
He was working on something that's supposed to be released soon, wasn't he, Jordan Peele?
It wouldn't surprise me.
What was his recent? Oh man, so what have you been up to then? How have you been keeping yourself occupied?
I got laid off, which sucks.
Hell yeah.
But
Well, welcome to the club there.
yeah. Got laid off, and then my wife saw one of her major voiceover clients be replace her with AI. So that, you know.
What?
Yeah, man.
Oh, dude.
Samsung, I used to do it, and then they wanted a girl voice after like 10 years of me doing it, and they were like, and then the people who were like the middlemen people, the production company were like, could you just have because my wife's a voiceover talent artist too, and they were like, could you just have your wife audition, because honestly the workflow with how we work with you is so easy for us that if they would approve her, it would just make life so much easier. So she auditioned. They were like, yeah, sounds great. So she started doing it. She's done it for probably 3 or 4 years. And then Samsung this year was like, yeah, we want to go with AI. And supposedly like they had some new people come up, you know, and they're like, yeah, we want to go with AI. It's so much cheaper. And they're like, okay, well, it's gonna suck. So they made a mock-up and they sent it up the chain, and they're like, yeah, it does suck, you know. So they were gonna hire her again, and then some other girl at Samsung was like, let me listen to it, you know what I mean? She's like, I think it sounds fine. We're going with that. So there you go, man.
Brutal.
Yeah, and but you know, it's I got, you know, I've been doing stuff, and you know, I mean, so it hasn't been, you know, too insane, too white knuckle, but you know, it's a bummer.
That is a bummer. I mean, I don't know, man. I guess at a certain point, after you get laid off for like the 50th time,
Yeah.
you just kind of like each one kind of numbs you a little bit, and you become like a little less engaged with the getting back into the workforce process. Like I could totally understand, like whenever they talk about real unemployment, and it's like, well, they're not counting the people that just gave up on looking for work. And I always used to think, like, give up on looking for work. Like, how could you do that? Like, how is it possible to just give up looking for work? Like, you still have to eat and pay. Like, how do you? But now I totally understand the concept of like, just give up.
I thought about filing unemployment. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I mean,
that should have been the first thing you did.
Well, I've always had like a somewhat, robust freelance. I was freelance for years and years and years before I ever just went to work for those companies. So it wasn't. So this is not like, oh my god, what am I going to do? It's just kind of like back to what I was,
back to what
doing for years and years and years. But now though, I was at those companies for like almost coming up on 4 years. I could actually file for some legitimate unemployment. You know what I mean? And so maybe I'll do that. I don't know. That might be fun.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works. I filed for unemployment like in the early 2000s in Los Angeles, and I got like, for a while, like I was living on unemployment and doing audience work at sitcoms because they'll pay you to sit in the audience.
Yeah.
So I would do like 3 or 4 shows a week, and I would go and I would make like $40 to sit there and be like, ha 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 ha, like at night, and then I would get unemployment. And that's how I survived for a while.
This is the America they took from us, man.
Yeah.
Being able to just be an audience member and combine that with some unemployment in LA.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I was living with 3 other people.
Yeah.
But, we did have a pretty nice house out in Van Nuys. It was sweet. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's crazy with the way the job market is now. It's like the way you have to find jobs is so dystopian.
It's the worst.
It's almost like they specifically want no one to file for jobs. Like I literally think that people should just be like, fuck it, we're not. No one's jumping through these hoops. You know what I mean? It's just like, you guys can all can eat a dick. We're not doing this. Because half the jobs are fake. You know what I mean?
A big chunk of jobs are ghost jobs.
I mean, I haven't actually applied for anything or sending out any resumes since being laid off. I've been kind of busy with some.
Well, they all go through AI scrapers now.
Exactly. The thing is, I made a resume for and I made it with this somewhat expensive, super arty template and stuff, and it looks really awesome.
The worst thing in the world for an AI scraper.
They were like, I put it on ChatGPT. I was like, rate my resume for the modern AI scraper stuff, and it was like, this resume is awesome for what you your field. Is like, it's very artistic and the design is really cool. However, this is this would not work at all for any kind of corporate through LinkedIn kind of application. He's like, if you want to
anything that uses Workday or anything like that.
It was like, if you know the person you're sending this to and they're like a creative director, this would be great. Short of that, it's completely useless. I was like, okay, thanks.
Which should be that's what a resume is for. You hand it to a person and they look at it and they're like, oh, okay.
And classically, that's the way it worked.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day when I lived out in LA, when I went out there first, it was still like you called around and been like, are you guys needing any, what's going, you could go on websites and look at jobs, but it wasn't automated. You know what I mean? There was a guy you could call and be like, hey, I'm looking for this. I'm like, okay, well, send us your resume. Here's my email address. That's the way it was.
And this is why boomers are always like, well, if you want to get a job, you got to walk in and shake the man's hand and look him in the eye and be like, you got to be forthright and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, yeah, that may have worked, in a particular part of time.
I got a job by doing exactly that.
No, I know. Like, that may have worked at a certain period of time, but you can't really do that anymore.
Well, the companies are set up so that you can't.
Yeah, there's layers of obfuscation.
They literally do not want you to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
if you try, then you're weird. You're weird. They're gonna get security on you or something.
And that's fucked up. That's completely fucked up. They wonder why no one wants to work anymore. It's like, people want to work.
You've made the process of finding a job hostile.
Yeah.
It's hostile.
If you're too busy you know, these companies, it's like they have fucking gazillions of dollars. If you're so fucking busy, you can't look through resumes, you know what I mean? You can't have a guy that does that and calls people and stuff, you know what I mean? And it's like, well, we got recruiters on LinkedIn. It's like, you guys aren't, you're basically making these weird grind set posts on LinkedIn and then like, you know, making YouTube videos and then having AI sift through resumes for you. You're not doing shit, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry, people who post on LinkedIn
Oh,
are the fucking worst.
yeah. I agree.
Beings imaginable. And I say this as someone who has worked with people who are genuinely fine people, but they were LinkedIn posters. And it's like,
well, I draw a distinction. People that post on LinkedIn to try, because that's what you have to play, like people that are just trying to get a job or want people to notice them.
That's different.
I got no issue with that. That's unfortunately the game we're in. But I'm talking about your recruiters who like post the stuff where it's like, you know, like, I want someone that blah, 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 blah. If you've woken up, blah, 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 you're already late to the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That kind of shit. Those guys,
exactly.
It's like, dude, buy a bullet, rent a gun. You know what I mean? Yeah, entry-level job, but they require 8 years experience.
So, like, yeah, this guy, okay, he's just like recounting a life story about getting into an industry. Let's see if I can find something. Like there was a comedian on LinkedIn who like posts to make fun of those kinds of posts.
Yeah.
Like, I forget what
There's a
his name
YouTuber
was.
guy whose whole channel is just that. He looks at those posts and he like just clowns on the guys, you know.
I forget what he was saying. He was saying something. He was like making this post about like about sitting in the cuck chair in a hotel watching his wife get fucked by someone, and he's like I'm not getting cucked. I'm learning.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like I'm figuring out my
Which
next
is so
step.
funny because that exact phrase is basically Chat GPT speak.
No,
you
it
know what I
is,
mean?
it
You know,
is.
you're not doing X, you're doing Y.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's like, and the
Which
thing is,
everybody is being trained to recognize that
yeah.
right now, which is kind of funny.
no, we live in hell. I mean, it's the worst. I mean, I guess there could be a worse timeline. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go sleep in an actual bed and not, you know, on a barbed wire coated concrete floor in some kind of gulag somewhere. So yeah, I guess it could always get worse.
I tried out the cuck chair yesterday. I sat in the corner and watched my girlfriend sleep with another man. Why? Because if she cheats on me, I'd rather learn from it. When a client leaves you for another business, do you moan and cry? Do you sit at home wallowing? No, you get good. You collect data and improve. That's what I was doing while a man plowed my lover. I was doing market research.
What's so crazy?
It's not a cuck chair, it's a cuck vantage point.
What's crazy is I think this guy is joking.
He is joking.
But this is not that out of pocket from what you see on there. You know what I mean?
Yes,
It's like this shit is that
accurate.
some of it's that wild. You know what I mean?
It's so fucking funny because it is. And the first time I saw it without knowing he was like joking. So like I totally read it.
Totally, yeah.
I was like, this guy's a fucking lunatic.
Yeah. What a psychopath.
Yeah, like, but like a lot of his posts are like that. So that's how LinkedIn comes across, and it sucks that
It's a fuck vantage point.
like. And if you're not doing LinkedIn, what are you doing? Monster.com or Indeed?
Jeez, Monster even still around?
Monster's still around.
Holy shit.
Indeed or ZipRecruiter or whatever, and they're all just like, I don't know.
I will say ChatGPT is a pretty decent aggregator. You can be like, hey, can you scan blah, 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 and tell me what's available? And it'll be like, I looked at it and there's 6 jobs you might actually be interested in. Yeah.
We're ever approaching a full cyberpunk dystopia. The only jobs left after AI will be, after AI takes over, will be like Squid Games. Entry level job that require you. Yeah, exactly. Wake up, because it's time to go beast mode. In today's day and age, the lines between satire and reality are very blurred. I don't think they exist anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I don't
like,
think they exist
Trump
anymore.
commonly says stuff where to me it's like, this is like a Colbert bit from 2002, and everyone would think it was wildly hilarious. You know, just like a wacky president saying crazy stuff. You know, we're the hottest country, we're the best, we're 50,000 times better than the nearest. You know, like
it's not even just him. Like his entire administration they're just like a constant walking onion article.
They
day
are
after day. Everybody.
And what's crazy is that like the few of them that like are attempting to be serious on some level, then have to sit there when a person brings it up and be like, well, you know, he's a dynamic individual. He says a lot of stuff. You know,
like,
sometimes
like when Marco Rubio was having to defend Trump
Yes,
sleeping in a meeting.
Yes.
Like, there was actually a video today of Trump sleeping in a meeting, and he was literally slumped. He was like this.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, it's
shit,
fucking
dude.
insane. Like, it's
As much shit as he gave
it's
Joe
such
Biden.
a Chappelle show skit.
It is.
Where like it starts off where he's like this, and he gets progressively more obvious, and like that's like he's Senator Rubio or Secretary Rubio.
Trump is asleep. He's not asleep.
Like he's not asleep, and
He's
like
a mastermind.
he's got like
He's
he's got like the nightcap on.
Yeah.
Oh, with like the and he's just like
CPAP machine. Yeah, dude.
Like it just gets progressively crazier and crazier, and like the forced what is it disassociation, maybe that's not the phrase I'm looking for. Cognitive
Dissonance.
Yes, the forced cognitive dissonance is like it's a level of gaslighting that almost makes you want to like fight people. You just want to fight them. Like it's like what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
And to what end? To what end? Like we're doing this so that we can protect the fucking war that's making all of our gas prices high? It would make sense if we were doing this because it's like, oh, he's giving everyone health care, but like he's barely conscious most of the day.
Or if he was like an alien warlord and their ships were all in orbit. And if anyone really upset him, they were just gonna vaporize all of us. So like his entire staff was like, shut the fuck up. He's not sleeping, he's resting his goddamn arms. You're gonna blow the whole fucking deal.
That would make sense.
You know what I mean? But that's what it would have to be like.
Other than that, it's fucking just a madhouse.
And as much shit as he talked about Biden for this stuff.
Yeah, he
has
the audacity.
Way more than Biden ever did.
He has the audacity to say Sleepy Joe.
Yeah.
And this motherfucker can't keep his eyes open for a fraction of a second. Oh, did Tom Steyer get into the second place position?
Oh, holy shit.
Oh,
Wow, they did anchor out 2 Dems. Eat shit, Hilton.
I hope so, man. And if this holds and this happens, fucking everybody in the country needs to fucking ride hard for Steyer. Don't care what you think about him. Like Becerra cannot. Fuck.
What is the? I have no idea. I know that the guys I watch that live in LA. I watch these 2 guys, and if you don't watch them, they're great. They make 3 shows a week. It's called Internet Today. I watch them every time they make a show. And they say that they don't like any of them, but Steyer is the best one of the ones. What is Becerra's damage?
One, he sucks. He was the Health and Human Service Secretary under Biden, and all of the former Biden people are actively out there being like this guy. Like they trash him. They talk about how he was ineffective and how he was incompetent.
Yeah, some of those Biden people though also blow. You know?
Sure, most of them do, but Becerra was a Biden person who sucks. Every single corporation is backing Becerra. Like
that's
Chevron, Philip Morris. We didn't even know those motherfuckers were still around, and they're backing us.
They're still around, dude.
Fucking Philip Morris, Chevron, McDonald's, Uber, like. All of the name your shittiest corporation, and they've sent hundreds of thousands of dollars to Becerra's super PACs. He doesn't support Democrats. He probably gave money to Hilton. So at least the corporations that are a little bit more bipartisan in their corruption. Here, I'll show you guys what I was talking about though. And I also in this I like how the dude is like he's talking and trying to like
of a job, an economy, a community, a family.
His eye open up just for a little bit. Look at him, like what the fuck is
crazy this? Shit, dude. This is wild. He looks like he's a have you seen Eddington?
Eddington, no.
It's a pretty wild movie. It's not really, I would say, a feel-good movie. It's more of a feel-bad movie. But it's Ari Aster's last movie, You know what I mean?
Oh, Ari Aster, he's the
Yeah,
Midsummer dude,
the
right?
Midsummer
Yeah.
Hereditary guy. Uh, at the end of the movie, at the end of the movie, the major. I don't want no spoilers. Never mind.
Okay, that's spoilers, but I'll probably watch it.
Yeah, you should watch it. You should watch it.
I generally enjoy that guy's movies.
Yeah, that guy. It's weird. His way of making movies that just kind of make you feel shitty afterwards. You know what I mean? And I guess for a horror movie, sometimes that's kind of the point. But you know, it's not a feeling that I particularly, you know.
I don't know if the point is to make you feel shitty at the end. I guess it depends on the horror movie.
I don't know. I thought Hereditary was a major downer. You know what I mean? It's just
I can't remember how. But honestly, like I guess I enjoy the guy's movies, but I don't really super like them all that much.
Yeah.
But like I don't remember.
I mean, it was a good movie, I guess.
Ended.
I didn't think it was super scary or anything, but it was just like there's some movies
How did
like
that one end?
The dude is like the daughter, the weird daughter, is basically like reincarnated in her brother's body, and she's actually the reincarnation of some demon from hell. It's all a cult. The whole thing was an elaborate cult plot, and you know, but and you know, okay, sure, but I just like I don't know the whole. You know, the whole thing about the kid smoking the pot, and then his daughter gets it. You know, his sister.
That made me laugh so much, because like
didn't make me laugh, dude.
Didn't her head? She was like stuck her head out,
yeah,
and then like, dude, it was so unexpected. Like I just couldn't help it.
I didn't. It wasn't unexpected. I didn't expect her head to get knocked off, but I could tell.
Well, that's what I meant.
That's where we were rapidly heading. You know what I mean?
That's what I meant. Like just hitting her head, and that's one thing, but like the complete severance of it was just like, what the fuck? This is like Looney Tunes shit.
Yeah, it was rough, and then like the whole, I was just like, oh Jesus Christ, because to me that's like legitimate horror. You know what I mean? Like that dude basically getting stoned and being the reason why his sister died in a car crash. You know, even like is like in a real life scenario.
I can't remember.
Like that would be the scariest horror movie ever. You know, that he gets to live with that the rest of his life. You know what I
mean? Why he got stoned?
He got stoned at a party, and then she had or they were eating weed brownies, and she ate one. Although honestly, the whole thing was weird because his mom forced him to take her with him to some fucking adult like high school party, and that would never happen. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's like. So it was a weird setup to begin with, but she went and she's allergic to something. She was allergic to chocolate or something. When there was weed brownies, or I don't know, I can't remember what the deal was. She was allergic to it, and they caused her to have like an asthma attack. And so he was rushing to get her to the hospital, and she opened the window so she could breathe, and you know, he like, you know, reared off the road somehow, and she would get decapitated. Anyway, like the movie could have ended right there, and I've been like, yeah, that's the scariest movie I've ever seen. You know what I mean? Not scary in any kind of like scary way, but just as a cautionary tale, that's like terrible, you know? But then it did a bunch of other stuff, and I was like, okay.
So I guess I need to rewatch that movie. I don't remember. I remember the girl having her head knocked off. I don't remember literally anything else about it. I think I remember Midsummer more.
I didn't see that.
Okay. It's not scary.
I heard it was intense.
I guess it's
gory.
I guess it's intense. Gory, I guess it depends on your level of tolerance for gore.
My brother saw it by himself at Alamo, and he was like, dude, that movie is intense. I was like, really? And my brother's saying that's saying something. But he said the guy next to him fucking busted out with a horrible nose. He busted out with a horrible nosebleed in the theater. Brandon looked at him, and the guy's like, fucking blood's running down his head. Brother's like, holy shit, man. And the guy, Brandon's like, excuse me. And the guy's like, oh, fuck. And then like gets up. Brandon was like, that movie was intense. Like, maybe it was just a combination of like, you know, being in the movie theater, you look to your left, and the guy's fucking head is just gushing blood. You know, you're like, oh my God. You know, it's like,
I don't understand that at all. Like, how does that happen?
I don't know. Sometimes when people are like, when, you know, things are really like, they can get nosebleeds, and, you know, for different reasons and stuff. Like if their blood pressure gets up or something like that, it can cause.
If this dude has that problem, he knows he should not be watching movies like that. You know, that's fucking crazy.
Maybe he thought it was a movie about, maybe he thought it was like foreign film from Norway about two people that fall in love.
This
in the
summer
woods.
rom-com.
Yeah,
Well, he learned his lesson the hard
he
way.
did.
God damn.
Like clean up on aisle 6.
Oh man. All right. Let's see. We could do a couple of things here. We could watch this video that I've sent to you. We both only ever watched half of it, but we were having an interesting discussion about it that I think we should probably have on stream.
It's kind of a long video.
Concept
It's 14
is like
minutes.
the wrong underlying concept to sell to other
It's not the longest. I could
Please
speed it up
starting to
too.
hurt us. I'm about to read a quote, but you need to know who it's from. I see studios going out of business because their games are failing to reach their target audiences. The discovery system is more broken now than I've ever seen it in my decades in the industry. Now that quote comes from Ichiro Lam, who helped establish Steam Labs, which is Valve's experimental
Can't
system
speed
for
up
making
too
sure
much 'cause
that you're
of
actually
the
presented
accent.
with games
Yeah,
that you'll
yeah.
care about, might even enjoy. But the systems are not working. Not on Steam, not on consoles, and not for you. You are
So this is Belluar News. The title is Steam is eating itself alive and it's burying games. Which is a pretty alarmist title for what's actually being described here.
Yeah,
are right now missing out on games that you would love, and it's because the industry literally can't catch up with the reality of games and audiences in 2026. And what it means is, yes, devs are going out of business and all of those things that suck from the business side, but it also
can
means
slow
that
it down
your
one
enjoyment
click.
of
I'm gonna
gaming
run the
is
rest
being
of them really
throttled.
quick.
And it's all
Okay.
because of one thing: discoverability being broken. Valve made a change recently. On May
Well, while he's gone, we could spend this opportunity to talk shit about him behind his back. That dude is barely alive. Not barely alive enough. The burglar got away. Yeah, I was actually thinking about. I didn't watch the entirety of this video, so I'm kind of curious about how it'll end. But I've been thinking about this a little bit, about if there's an opportunity to create a tool of some sort that might make it maybe not easier, but maybe a little bit more fun for Steam or just digital game discoverability in general. Not just Steam, but also the Epic Game Store and stuff like that. He even skulked away like him. Well, I don't think that he is a burglar from The Sims. I have it on pretty good authority that he is not a. I mean, maybe that'll be his next career field. You know, he just got laid off, so usually unemployed to burglarizing is a pretty common path people take. Ugh. How do you know? Have you ever seen him and the Sims burglar in the same room? Well, I guess you got me on that one. Can't say that I have. Oh, there's some Sims burglar conspiracy theories going on about you now.
Oh yeah.
I guess that shirt. I would have said hamburglar, but I guess similar.
Funny, I was in a writing session in Nashville and I wrote for 2 days, and the first day was with this fucking super douchey guy, and it did not go well. And then the second day was with a really cool dude, and we were having a good time. And I saw the first guy on the second day, and I was wearing the shirt. He's like, "You look like the Hamburglar." And I was like, "Get bent, fuck face."
Well, I guess I align with the super douchey guy. Although I probably wouldn't have said it like that.
And he was, this is actually my John Sebastian Love and Spoonful T-shirt, but that's a reference that no one looking at this, watching this podcast, is gonna get.
No fucking clue what you just said. You just said a collection of names.
May 18th, they overhauled the Steam tag system, which are, of course, those categories that appear under a game's profile, things like stealth or first person. They rolled out new tags to address emerging markets, like the growth of wuxia games from Chinese devs, while removing some that were just too generic, like drama or blood. Yeah, game contains blood. The thing
On
you
a
need to know is
taco,
these
I think
tags
I
are
know
at the
what I'm
core
talking
of how
about.
Steam gets the right games in front of you.
Oh,
Developers
they
set
did that
tags
to
at
Believe in
launch,
Magic
and
song.
players can suggest
Yeah, that
new
was one of
ones,
them,
and
also
then Steam
Daydream
feeds
and
all of that
a bunch
into
of other
one big
tunes.
old algorithm. If you play a bunch of games with a regular combination of tags, then Steam knows how to sell you games. And I think no one knows that better than Hooded Horse CEO Tim Bender. You may not have heard of Hooded Horse before. If you've heard of games like Manor Lords, they have an astounding hit rate. Almost everything they touch ends up being a banger. Their CEO Tim Bender recently called this algorithmic solution, quote, excellent. I think we can all see why it would be. Hooded Horse very much is involved in publishing strategy games. So that means the games they publish share loads of similar audiences, which works perfectly for how Steam operates. But the thing is, we know that it doesn't always work perfectly, and Steam knows it doesn't always work. That's why Steam created Steam Labs to test new discoverability tools. It's why in last November we told you about this kind of neat thing that Steam has done, where they have personalized recommendation calendars so you don't miss anything. Of course, that's only useful if you actually know to go recommendation calendar.
Yeah,
you,
dude.
you were mentioning off stream about like the glut of games is part of the problem.
Where do you even start with that shit?
And I'm sorry, but I can't help but look at something called Killer Bean.
Yeah.
And be like, does this need to exist?
No, not at all. You know what I mean?
Maybe it's a fun game, maybe.
I mean,
But does it need to like be cluttered? Some of this looks like AI shit.
I mean, yeah.
Voidling
bound. The thing is that's the thing. There's way too much of this shit. There needs to be like, I don't know, 40 games a year.
40 games?
40.
That might be,
40.
It might be cutting back a little bit.
I think that if there were 40 games a year and they were all excellent, or at least not everyone had to like all 40, but there was something for everybody there, but the things that were there were awesome. That's up about all the video games anyone needs to play in a year.
I do think that a part of what causes a lot of this is just how significantly more difficult it is to maintain like a AAA or even a AA studio.
Yeah.
Like being able to hire the amount of people that you would have to hire to build something like Grand Theft Auto 6 or Red Dead Redemption 2 or The Witcher 3, and then having a life cycle where it's not detrimental to the company's ability to operate, to keep as many of those people on staff as possible between projects, because you don't necessarily need all of those people at the start of a project. You know, when the project really hits a certain point, when they start to ramp up is when you would have to roll those people over on there. But what do you do with those people before then? Well, now they just lay them all off.
Well, that's the thing. But the thing is that it didn't used to be that way. I mean, in the 80s and the early 90s.
That's because like games didn't cost as much. Like they didn't cost as much as far as development time. Like nowadays, it takes like 5-6 years to develop a game.
Why? I mean, that's the thing. I kind of think that, I think the tools have never been more amazing to make a game. Yet we still see, but then when you actually look, when you peel back the onion and you look at all this stuff, what you see is a lot of like, well, we started on this idea, then they had to scrap all that, then we moved over here, we had to lose this, we changed the engine here. It's just a bunch of like fucking around, you know what I mean? There was just a game recently that they canceled, and they were like, basically just fucked around. It was a really big deal. People were talking about it, and it's like basically they fucked around for like 3 years and they hadn't made shit, and they were like, okay, we canceled that. You know what I mean? But people were just like, what the fuck?
The publisher?
Ah, damn it! It was a big story. I don't know if it had to do with Star Wars or it might have been BioWare or something like that, something in that, because those are usually the stories that I get fed. You know what I mean? Okay. But the thing is that like, I think that maybe we expect too much from video games to some degree. Like they're just like at a certain price point, they're just like games like The Witcher 3 are just so fucking amazing and shit. But the thing is that like The Witcher 3 was my favorite game ever, but it was too much. Like I didn't play like in the initial quest, I didn't play probably, I don't know, I probably didn't play half of it. You know what I mean? I played the main quest and I played some side quests and then I
Yeah.
played the expansion and it was great. But they could have cut way back on all that extra bullshit. You know what I mean? And just released it in expansion packs going forward if they really wanted to do that. You know what I mean? Just like release the main game, put it out, and immediately start banging out some expansion packs. Do that 2 or 3 times, small team, then move the other guys onto Cyberpunk. You know what I mean? Or whatever that, you know, and don't lay everybody off or whatever. You know, it's just like I think that it's just the sense that the games are just ridiculously huge. You know,
Yeah. I mean, ridiculously huge. I think that sometimes overly complex
Yeah.
to like develop.
And a lot of systems. There's a lot of fucking crazy systems that are going to push this button and hold this button down and move your finger. And it's like, dude, later for that. I mean, there's a lot of shit in video games that I don't do at all. You know what I mean? It's like, and yeah, you can go down that rabbit hole if you want to. But the thing is there's all kinds of coding and time and polish. It went into all these systems and stuff that, you know, I mean, if you really want to play that way, great. Why don't you make a separate game for people that want to do that shit? If like you want to play Witcher 3 and get really into like making potions and alchemy and shit, which I did none of, you know what I mean? I was not interested in that whatsoever. You know, make a whole game where you are an alchemist and do that. And
Oh, they
just
have
fucking,
that. Well,
you know
that's
what
the
I
thing.
mean?
Is like a part of why there are so many games like this is because there are indie studios that will just make bespoke niche games that are just slivers of systems from a larger game, and they just exist in this weird realm being marketed to people that just like to do that sort of thing. So that's a part of why there's just a shit ton of games right now too. I mean, they want to make a AAA blockbuster game as big and massive as possible because they want retention. They want player retention because the longer players stick around to play a game, even a single player offline game like Witcher, like it's good for their numbers. It's good for word of mouth. You can continue if people play a game and they're done with it in like a week, then there's no more word of mouth around it, and then like the sales will drop off.
Sort of.
Versus,
But look at like Silent Hill 2. That game was literally 12 hours of gameplay. When we played the original one back in the day, it was 12 hours long. And we've talked about it ever since. It was fucking great. You know
I guess that's. I guess. Well, I think you're kind of peeking into another issue, which is the expectations of the business side of gaming. Whereas before, yeah, it was probably enough to just release a game that didn't have infinite support afterwards. You know, once you took it to press, that was the game. There was no day one patch or anything. But once you released your game, you would have some kind of a window for the bulk of your sales. And then depending on how well you did in that window, you know, you may continue to sell your game at a high price point. You might start doing some price cuts. You might get into the if it was a PlayStation 2 game, you would get into the Sony's greatest hits market and sell it for $20 with a little red label on it or whatever. But generally speaking, you know, you would release a game, there would be some window where you'd have all your sales, and then that was about it. And now it's a little bit more than that. Like a game has to be a living, breathing thing.
Well, that's all that fucking like live service, like games as service.
Well,
stuff
even
that
beyond
started
live
about-
service, yeah, live service is like the epitome of that. It's the worst of the worst of that
Yeah.
mentality. But even offline games still have to, you know, be a living, breathing community. It has to have constant
Hey,
updates. You've
Wisp.
got patches and updates, content updates all the time, bug fixes, and that's great too. That's fine, fix the bugs and all that. But the idea is that constant engagement. We have to have a release. We have to release a new update at least once a week or once every other week, depending, because we have to keep our players engaged. We have to keep them around playing this game.
Or we're gonna lose them to X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, you know, we have to continue to, because you know we're this is what we're showing investors. This is what we want for people to give us money for our future endeavors. We have to let them know, hey, we're not just releasing a game into the ether that it sells a bunch on one day and the next day it disappears. Like, you have to know that like your investment has legs in this process, because 2 months out of our release, we still have some of the highest engagement on Steam. We still got players, you know, coming into this, And as a result of that, we still have. Whoa!
I don't know what just happened, but
We're being raided by the lava toaster. Whoa. And then I have my exploding emotes that occur. Yo, what's up, Toaster?
Yeah, what's going
Thanks for the
on?
raid. I hope you had a good stream. How are you doing? Hello, it is me. I like Halo, and I swear I had another person lurking, but whatever, Twitch, lol. No worries. Hope you had fun playing Halo. Been a while since I played that one. How's it going, guys? I missed a bunch of chat. What's up, Haunted Wisp? How are you doing tonight? But,
yeah,
I forget what point I was making before.
Yeah, you were just explaining the the reasoning behind the way of games, the way they look at major AAA titles now. I mean, the thing is that like it's the same stuff, and it seems to be going more and more. Like we're gonna get way more of this, not less. You know what I mean? Now it's like you can develop a game as a with Chat GPT or Claude code and fucking Unreal, and when Unreal embeds Claude in their fucking engine, which they're probably hours away from doing. The last build of Unreal had some modicum of Chat GPT already integrated. It couldn't actually make
I was trying to use
in there,
that,
but you can talk to it,
Yeah, it could do very limited things. Like you can place an asset where you wanted it to place an asset.
Which you can much easier just do with
Do
your
it,
hand.
yeah, it's much easier.
The
But
ChatGPT though, I do know a hack for using ChatGPT to generate at least to help you figure out blueprints and stuff. If you export the blueprint as text.
oh yeah, that's what I would just like when I was experimenting with doing blueprints, I just wrote them in Python, I think.
Yeah, you can export them as text and then import them into ChatGPT. You make a PDF of it and then drop it in ChatGPT, and it'll look at it and it'll tell you exactly what the fuck's going on. You know what I mean? So if it's one thing if you've written your own, it's not a big deal. But and it'll tell you like what to do. Like, okay, these are the things you need to do. And then, but if you are using, say, like a third-party blueprint that you bought from the store, and it's not working the way you want it to work, you're like, why doesn't this do what I want it to do? You can actually just like copy it into text mode and put it and put the whole thing into ChatGPT, and it'll be like, here's the problem. This is So that was I use that a lot to figure out what the hell is going on. But that's my point. It's just gonna be, and it's gonna get better and better. It's gonna get to the point where you guys are gonna be able to sit down and be like, okay, I want to make. They're gonna be able to prompt in Unreal. They're gonna be like, I want to make a game where you're a thief and you got to sneak into a guy's house and steal his underpants while he's asleep, and if he wakes up, and within like a day and a half, you've got a working game.
I don't think that's going to be any different from all the weird
that's my point.
slop that you see on
Yeah,
there
it's just
right
going to be even more. That's the thing. It's the same thing that's happening to music. It's just like now when people get on Spotify, it's like how much of it is just AI slop. They don't even really know are the artist's real or not. I mean, there's like the few artists that they recognize and stuff, but after a while, you'd think on some level it would be the opposite, like all that menu of choice and the fact that most of it's just garbage. I've never played Killer Bean, but I guarantee you it sucks.
It looks really shitty.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Frog Squad,
I don't,
also garbage. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna look it up. I gotta figure this out. What's going on with Killer Bean? Oh my god, this looks fucking miserable.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is really cool. That's the thing.
That's what I call a dramatic entrance. There's a reason why I'm called Killer Bean. It's because I'm good at what I do. Really.
What is...
Really. Good.
I mean, there is... Okay, so
I
maybe...
used to be an assassin for the Shadow Agency. An international organization powerful enough to shape the...
I'm sorry, there is some level of, like... I don't want to... Artistry? Creativity? This isn't what I thought it was going to be. This isn't what I thought it was going to be.
I guarantee it still sucks.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
As a game, it's a funny YouTube video.
It's
I mean,
funny
you know?
YouTube video. Maybe the game sucks, but I think that there's a concept here that he's trying to sell with, like, I don't know why a bean, but like the trick shot murders.
I would still never play this because it feels like it's the same thing as about 100 other games that do this exact same shit.
I don't know if I've ever seen a game where you can fucking do a trick shot murder, ricocheting a bullet off another bullet, but
I think you're just a more intense gamer than me. It's
No,
like
I mean,
I look at this and I'm just like, yeah, what's on YouTube?
I don't even know, because
this has got nothing.
Obviously isn't the style of game that I usually
Yeah.
ever play on this stream. But as someone that sees a lot of garbage ass slop, if this is also slop, then I would at least appreciate that they're trying to find a different angle to market their slop.
I will give it this. As a game trailer, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Because usually game trailers, even for huge games that should have really good trailers, are absolutely abysmal. You know what I mean? And at least this one
Until
is
they lied to me,
somewhat
tried to
entertaining.
kill me.
Yeah. And I guess maybe that's what's
Now,
tricking me.
I'm gonna destroy them.
Is there is some level of entertainment.
You're the gosh darn idiot who wants to take down the Shadow Agency. Well, it is sure nice to meet you.
This is a game I think you would play for about 22 minutes and be like, okay, fuck this noise.
Oh yeah, sure, for sure. For sure.
They made me who I am, and I will make them pay for it.
I would like so like the person that would play this game, I'm very curious what they would think about it. Like, I guess maybe the Call of Duty contingent, or
I mean, maybe if you were like a 12-year-old boy or something, you know what I mean? You would play this game for like
a similar to Fallout 4.
an hour.
I don't know about that one.
You know, but yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, again, there's like, I didn't know that existed and I was fine with it, you know?
Yeah, no. I'm still, my original opinion is still present.
Like Goblin Company. What's Goblin Company about? But don't show me that it's in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh.
So is it okay, I'm going to imagine it's an actual, it's a game where you play as an actual goblin startup in like Dungeons and Dragons, and you're actually like you're a goblin corporation, and you got to hire other goblins, and you got to fucking work on your product, and you're.
You know, I was thinking it was like maybe like one
business sim with goblins.
No, like jobs as games has been a really big genre lately.
It has. Yeah,
And I think it's kind of maybe like that. I don't know. I'll look it up.
No, yeah, you can click on it. It was right there.
Oh, that's part of the YouTube video though.
Oh.
Goblin Company. Oh, there's a free demo for it.
Okay, so garbage. Like, you walk around shooting a gun at rocks. You know, I mean, like.
I guess like you play with your friends as basically a minor.
I mean, this kind of seems like you could just play like what's the game?
No
The
Man's
Zelda.
Sky?
No, the Zelda game.
I mean,
The last one.
No Man's Sky 2.
Yeah, you can play that
Also,
too.
the sequel to Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, either one of them. Breath of the Wild is what I'm thinking of. You ride around and on a thing. You could. I don't know. It's just like these games. I guess that's the thing. It's like there's not enough. Like it doesn't feel like there's enough meat there to want to like. Why keep playing that? Like why? And maybe it's just that I'm old. I think that's probably like 90% of it. You know,
I think so.
I just don't understand how that could remotely be appealing.
You're also not a PC gamer. You're a console gamer.
Yeah, it's
So
true. I
think
don't.
different sorts of expectations for what you get out of some of these things. Like, for what it's worth with Killer Bean, that's probably gonna be maybe a $10 game. You know, maybe $15.
Yeah, I guess you just like.
It's
have
not
to-
gonna be like a $70 experience like
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, but even Baldur's Gate 3 got to a point. I got up to the very last boss, and I was just like, okay. I think it's like it's like almost like I was thinking about it, and I was like, I know that I'm gonna play this until I beat whatever this boss is. I've seen everything this game has to, you know, and it's gonna give me like a little epilogue. If I wanted to, I could watch them all on YouTube. But I'm not even gonna do that. I'm just gonna go on living the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I've got work to do. You know what I mean? I put a lot of time into that game. And it was fun, but it reached a certain point where it's like, I'm just like, why? I mean, like Witcher 3, that game was really entertaining. I was really in the tank for that game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, there was this game I played with Juniper when she was pretty little called Ho Hokum. That wasn't like a story game. It was just a series of like, it was actually really awesome. But it was just a series of like art and music, and you like moved this like snake through this world of art and music. It was
Hokum.
really cool.
That's also a movie I've seen recently.
This is called Ho Hokum, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
And it's a really cool game. It's like you don't know how to win or how to progress or any of that. It doesn't give you any instructions. It's just like you're a snake moving through this world, and it's all like scored by these different electronic artists, and like the world is like. Everything that you bump into is in the key with the song that's playing, and like you can, it's pretty awesome. And somehow Juniper passed it. Like she just got way off into that game and somehow realized how to progress through the levels. Because there are ways, but it's really, really abstract. You know?
Interesting.
Yeah, but like to me,
What's it called?
It's called Ho Hokum. It was like you can watch YouTube videos too of it. I'm sure, you know, and get an idea for what. Yeah, that's it for what it is. It was a great game for kids. I'm not sure there's any fantasy violence, but
Oh, you control the little snake guy?
yeah.
I played a game on stream that had similar vibes called Gris. And while it was very visually attractive, it put me to sleep. Oh, Tico. And Comtrues. I haven't heard of Comtrues in a while.
Yeah.
That's so...
This was a pretty cool game, but it was really abstract. But
No, it looks like it.
for like a kid, like a little kid, it was really good because it wasn't like you don't kill anything, you don't shoot anything, you don't beat anything with a stick. You know what I mean? You you just kind of go through, listen to some cool music, and everything that you bump into like expands the music, and you know it was cool. It was kind of a different bent on what a video game can be, which I like things that kind of move the medium in different places.
So you don't miss anything. Of course, that's only useful if you actually know to go and look at it. But the point is, you are missing things, and finding a new game in Steam is a bit of a nightmare. And as we just learned from the quote at the top, even someone who worked on Steam's discoverability systems
I see studios going out of business because their games are failing to reach their target audiences. The discovery ecosystem is more broken now than I've ever seen it in my decades in the industry. If you're a game developer reading this, it's not just you. You could do everything right and still fail. It really is bonkers. I help create Steam labs at Valve to improve game discovery. I don't speak for Valve, but I have a reasonable understanding of this space. Okay.
agrees that they're broken. Right now, there are over 15,000 games in Steam with 80% plus player review scores and 1,000 plus players, but which have not made enough money to recoup their development costs. That is Lamb's analysis of Steam's greatest failing here. They have great games that are proven hits. They have more than 100 million monthly users, but almost none of those users are actually buying these games, and that means the developers are struggling to survive, let alone make more games. And it can't just be that everyone's only on Steam to play Dota or Counter-Strike. It more suggests that Steam simply isn't showing these games to enough people for developers to sustainably exist. And remember, it's Steam's work selling your game that is the whole reason and justification for developers paying the larger 30% cut. Is Steam just bad at this? No, not really. Steam, as Lamb puts it, is, quote, miles ahead of every other media platform. But I also think, and I say this with love, that's like saying they're the tallest hobbit. The problem is that Steam and every other storefront are basically just the bottom of a funnel. He goes on to say, nobody browses Steam for fun. That's a damning read in the state of discoverability and the limits that every game developer is working within. The person watching right now might say that that is wrong. You might say that you go through your discovery queue, that you do check every email about your Steam wishlist, and that you're even using the follow system that a lot of people don't really understand the point of. That's all well and good, but if that's you, you're a power user. For everyone else, Steam is where they go to buy a game and launch the game. Selling games is more often than not something that happens somewhere else. Running this channel, me and the team have always noticed a funny little thing where almost any time we have like a video featuring footage of just about any game, no matter how popular, maybe with a few exceptions, we're almost guaranteed to have at least one comment along the lines of, I've never heard of this. And sometimes it doesn't even matter how many Jeff Keighley showcases the damn thing has been in. It doesn't matter how much it's been streamed on Twitch or how many millions got spent marketing it. Someone won't know about it. And of course, to a degree, that's understandable, that's normal, and that's impossible to completely solve. But what it does reflect is there are more games than ever. They're all competing for your attention, and that's a little bit of a problem because other things are going on. The gaming press that used to highlight new games has just been completely
This is what made me think of
Per a
Game Fan
recent study,
magazine.
64% of people learn about new games from YouTube. That pretty much does match like my experience as well. But the thing is, YouTube is a platform built on whatever will be the most engaging. Even, say, the specialists, channels like Indie Game Joe, are running into the same fundamental problem with how games get sold, that the systems aren't selling you the right ones, and that means that people aren't buying them. And partially, it's a problem Steam's very own tag system reinforces, and it's one that many algorithmic systems reinforce, and that is bubbles. And that's where I go back to Tim Bender, because he's probably doing brilliantly out of Steam's tag system. Hooded Horse publish management and strategy games that are almost always well received. If you've bought one, then you'll probably want more, and Steam will serve you exactly that. But that's a bubble, a strategy game bubble, and maybe even one as niche as a Hooded Horse bubble. It's self-reinforcing. It applies to every type of game, and it means that most people will never really know about anything outside of their bubble, even if it may be perfect for them. Because funnily enough, Steam only knows what it knows. It doesn't have all the other context of you. And as Game Discover Co., which is a brilliant newsletter, put it from the dev side, shouting into the void if you've got the wrong underlying concept won't scale a thing. Point basically being, you have to play the algorithm. And it may not be that a developer's game concept is like the wrong underlying concept to sell to other humans. No, it's just, it may not play well to how Steam works. And the trouble is these algorithms are easily gamed by hyper-popular viral titles or cheap co-op games that do, as we very much see, skew the sales charts. And those cheap games are part of an even bigger problem here. And that's that even if you do find an audience, getting them to actually buy your game is harder than ever. People like Indie Game Joe are an evolution of the old preview system, which was the same logic behind why, say, Steam pages go up long before a page launches. They're basically building up the hours of brand exposure that you need before you'll consider buying a game. That's ultimately what it ends up like when you crunch the data. They're basically making sure.
I feel like the long and short of this is like people are just, it's just the same with everything else on the internet right now, which is like you're basically working towards an algorithm. Like you're just, everything you do is just to feed the algorithm. And maybe to a certain extent it's always been that way, even pre-internet. There's some calculus that bean counters in the publishing branch understood needed to be hit in order for a title to sell or whatever, but
well,
it just feels more dystopian when
it's the thing is it was more imperfect, and in that way it was good. You know, when it was people doing it, all their personal biases and they're like, yeah, I'll take a chance on this one. It wasn't as mechanized, right?
Yeah.
So it was a lot more porous. There was a lot more chance for interesting things and things that didn't fit to get through because they kind of fit. And this person just saw it and thought it was great, or read it and thought it was great, or heard it and thought it was great. And just people need to see this. I don't know. It's got something. When it's a person, there's all these intangibles. When it's reduced down to just a series of rules and you know what I mean, and stuff, that you don't have any chance for that, you know. And it's like most of the magic is in those margins. You know what I mean? That don't really exist anymore.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, I mean, and it's also, again, there's just so much shit. Because the thing is it's not just, think about it. The markets back in the day, and I think we can make this point about different mediums, whether it's video games or movies to some degree or music, they're different eras, but they're all kind of coalescing into the moment we're in now. But if you think about it, the product was the product. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day. So for instance, video games, what you bought was the fucking game. That's what, if you were in, there was only one thing in the world of video games that anyone could buy.
Yeah.
And that was video games. But that's not the case anymore. Now there's engines and packs and all this crap that's not made to sell to people that want to play video games. It's made to sell to people that want to make video games. People that want to make video games is a huge market that never existed before. You know what I mean? Which is one of the reasons why you have so much crap. You know what I mean? Just so much stuff. Because that's a new market. That's an emerging market. People that want to make shit. Just like people that wanted to make music. Back in the 60s and the 70s, man, if you had a high school band and you wanted to make a demo, you had to find a recording studio.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they were expensive. And yeah, you might know a friend with like a reel-to-reel 8-track. Their dad might have it. He might have a small studio in his garage, but it was still a studio that you went to in its garage. You know what I mean? Nowadays, but at a certain point in the 80s, that exploded with the Porta Studio and then mixers and then tape machines that people could have in the thing. And then in the 90s, you know, with ADATs and then all this stuff. And now it's like, you know, loop packs and Pro Tools and all this stuff. It's a huge market. No one buys music anymore, but people do buy Pro Tools rigs and mic preamps and, you know, microphones and stuff. You know, the people that want to, that was never the thing. If you were interested in music and you weren't a musician, you know, if you were a musician in the 70s and you were going to buy gear, you bought guitars if you played guitar. You didn't buy guitars and a loop pack and, you know, or a subscription to Splice and, you know, a digital recorder or whatever, or a series of microphones or whatever. You just bought a guitar, and then if your band was good enough, you guys worked on it, you guys went to a studio. You know what I mean? Yes, there was a market for people that needed gear to record, just like there had always been, but it's an extremely small market of people that were making the stuff. You know, just like mainframe computers were probably purchased by guys making video games or something, you know what I mean, in the 80s or whatever.
So then basically, like, if we want to turn on the red alert here, you're basically talking about opening up the means of productions, like where it's not so concentrated into like specific sectors, like, oh, you got to go to this recording studio if you want to record, because that's why a recording studio exists. But because of the prevalence of more and more affordable options for home, I guess, hobbyist kind of entry level, even tools and devices, anybody can become a recording studio to a degree.
That's the thing, a recording studio or game developer. And AI is just the newest step. You know what I mean? Or filmmaker. Like, you know, yeah, you could have, if in the 70s, if you really wanted to go out and buy an ARRI camera or a Panavision camera and you had $100,000 or whatever, you could do that. You know what I mean? But other than that, you didn't have a lot of options. Maybe you could get, even a video camera, you know, was expensive. And in the 80s, you could get like a little Hi8 or one of those VHSs or whatever, but it didn't look like in Star Wars. It looked like shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, but now you can buy for like $800, you can buy one of those new Fujifilm cameras that looks really good. And if you know what you're doing, you can shoot something in 24p that could show it the you know, con or whatever. You know what I mean? It could be blown up and shown in the movie. And the thing is that like, but see, that those are new markets. At a certain point when people stop, you know, in the music industry, it became one of those things where people stopped buying records. You know, because they could download the shit. You know what I mean? And so if you were in the world of, you know, if you're in the world of selling gear, say you're Avid who sells Pro Tools, you know what I mean? And you sell these really expensive Pro Tools systems to big recording studios. Well, all of a sudden big recording studios aren't being used as much because no one's buying records anymore. So the budgets on records are going way down. You know what I mean? Well, you've got to find a new market to sell your stuff. You know what I mean? Well, so you start making cheaper stuff that's more geared towards just regular consumers. Well, the problem is now you've actually made the problem worse. It's short-term gains, right? But none of that old business is coming back. Maybe you're making more money than ever, but eventually it's going to get to the point where there is no, all gatekeepers are gone for good and ill. You know what I mean? It's all slop. And then AI is just the newest thing. For now, it's like you don't even need to know how to hum. You can make a song by just typing, I want a song, Britney Spears, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It comes out. Same thing with it's going to be there with games. And not that far. You know, maybe some slop games. You're already seeing slop games all over the place. You know what I mean? But as it gets more, more and more, it's like I can sit down. I mean, remember when we tried to make a game in 2006, 2007? We got like this far. You know what I'm saying? And it looked like garbage. Like literally, I can sit down with Unreal, and in a night, I can have something that's better than where we got after months. With
easily
almost no coding experience. I've got some, but and the thing is that creates, and the thing is that they're selling me that stuff. You know what I mean? They're selling me loot, like sample packs or, environment packs. They're selling me, Substance Painter. They're not selling me Blender, but they're selling me anything I would want to use in that. A lot of that stuff on the marketplace in Unreal, that's a whole extra market that they've created from people that are game enthusiasts. So one of the reasons that it's kind of rough because they've created all these game designers. There's all these game studios. Maybe it's just 2 people or whatever, but the problem now is that there's so many games that no one knows. Like, it's hard to even sell the games anymore. It's just like it's watered everything down.
Well, and this is why I think that like there's always going to be a market opportunity, I guess, for, I don't know how to phrase this. I guess a subject matter expert of sorts that can, I guess, parse through the incredible amount of product that's being pushed out on Steam and present it to people, not in the sense of like a gatekeeper kind of way, because you still have the gatekeeper environment for consoles. You can't release games at the way that you could release them on PlayStation 5, or I guess you can on this to a degree on Switch. I guess the Switch store has
the PlayStation
dramatically
store's
lower
got a bunch of
standards,
shit on there as well. You get on there, you're just like, holy shit.
I don't know how difficult. Maybe they lowered the standards for publishing on the consoles. It used to be significantly more, significantly difficult. But like, if you've got like 1,000 games out there, you're not going to click one by one, try to figure out, okay, am I interested in this one? No. Am I interested in this one? No. Am I interested in this one? Yes. But I think that it's always kind of been that way. Even when I was a kid growing up, paying attention to the Sega Saturn and PlayStation and N64 and all the games that are coming out on these systems, and what do I need to be cognizant of?
Yeah.
Like, again, I would read Game Fan. I would look at Game Fan magazine. I got it up right here. And, oh, look at that. In development, Clay Fighter. This isn't any kind of game I would have ever fucking paid attention to before. But I can see the logo. I can see the silly characters. Booger Man's in this. That's interesting. And then I'd read this, and is it something that I'm interested in? Probably not. I'll just flip it to the next page. The Lost World, Jurassic Park. It's in development. Look at these cool concept art you have here. A couple of screenshots. Like, is that interesting? I could be interested in that. Like, I liked Jurassic Park as a kid. Flip the page. Castlevania. Holy shit. There's a new Castlevania? Okay, that looks fucking awesome. I'm going to be excited about this. Like, this existed as a way to kind of curate all of this stuff that I never would have been able to do myself, as a kid. I can't do it now on Steam because there's just so many options, but I couldn't do it as a kid because I didn't have the ability to just do that. But there was always some mechanism for, I guess, an expert, a subject matter expert, or a group of, or a collation service, I guess, that collates all this stuff and then presents it to someone that might be interested. And I was thinking, like, there's got to be an opportunity somewhere, not just like a video game website, but something else that can scrape the back end of this and find a way to present things to people like this. Like, that's where my mind goes. It's like there's got to be some way, and there I've seen like a movement, not just with this, like just in life in general. There is a movement to go backwards, to go back to how things were done in certain respects, going back to physical media, going back to CDs and iPods and shit, getting offline. People that want phones that aren't smartphones, like a rise in dumb phones again. There's definitely a movement to try to get back into a world where you're not super connected to everything, to any, what was that movie? Everything
everywhere all at once.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like what this whole modern everything's being advertised to you through algorithms at all times society that we're kind of drowning in. And unfortunately for the concept of this video, it's tied directly into the game development business as well, because you have to develop towards an algorithm. You have to make sure that in that stream of everything everywhere all at once, that you are in there somewhere, you're part of that everything, and that all at once that people are getting hit with, there's a little sliver of opportunity where you can poke your product into that all at once situation where, hey, you hit the jackpot and now you've got a viral hit on your hands. And
well, see, this thing is, the Steam is actually charging these people
yes,
money to
well, they're taking 30%. Yeah.
So I mean, I actually think that it's rough because it's like there's probably more game developers than the market can actually support. You know what I mean? Making all this stuff. Now, not in the grand scheme of things, but the way it's organized. And the thing is, it's organized as this. It's like, remember when we worked at Game Studio, every single person there had their own idea for a game. And you'd be like, well, what is it? And you're like, I don't want to tell you, it's too good. You'd be like, okay, well, okay. I'm not going to steal it. What is it? It's like, okay, check it out. You're a garbage man, okay? And you gotta deliver the garbage, but in one of the things of garbage, there's like a baby demon, right? And you're just like, after a while, you're like, this sounds fucking ridiculous. And it's everyone has an idea like that. And they're all terrible. And you're just like, I'm not really sure. Like, have you even played a video game before? I was like, well, but like they work at a video game company. They're an art guy, or and they just like all got these wacky ideas. Well, now they've all got their fucking idea on Steam, and it's Bean Man and Goblin Country and whatever, Leisure Suit Larry and the Garbage Demon or whatever. It's just a whole bunch. I mean, and it's like, it's in some ways you could call it slop, but it's not slop to all the people that worked on it.
Right.
You know what I mean? But the thing is that like some people are better off just being like the guy who programs the, fucking shotgun mechanics in a much better game. You know what I mean? And they're, but I mean, who are you going to tell them that? The problem is that what the guy is basically saying is there's way more games than anyone could ever play and anyone could even know about. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, honestly, if there was a way to pipe the games right into your face and you just said, fuck it, I'm not going to ever work again, there'd be more games that would be theoretically interesting to you that you could ever play, ever. And the thing is I'm not even sure that we should be playing like that many video games. I mean, like video games are fun.
Yeah.
But we don't need that many video games. You know what I mean? Like you could spend, I don't know, an hour a night all together in a week. You know what I mean? Or maybe
I think that like
3 hours on Thursday and 5 hours on Saturday, and that would probably be enough video gaming for that week. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it just depends because like in an ideal society, we would have the AI doing the labor, and people would spend their leisure time doing the art or whatever kind of recreation they may enjoy. Could be
Sure.
video games, it could be going out and playing basketball, it could be doing poker night or whatever, but in an ideal world, that would be the balance. And I think that well, there's a couple things. One, I think that the reason why people play a lot of video games is because it can provide, a relatively cheap and easy, consistent escape from the drudgeries of day-to-day life.
Sure.
Same with, it's the same as
It's a
watching
low
movies
barrier.
or whatever.
It's a low
but-
barrier for entry. Maybe not as low as watching YouTube or a movie, but
Well, but you see that, and there's a lot of discussions and studies saying that the game industry's biggest competitor is YouTube and TikTok. Right?
it is.
Then
Because my daughter, she doesn't really play video games.
Yeah.
She watches them.
yeah, exactly. I mean,
It's an even lower barrier for entry because they usually cut out all the drudgery and then provide a little bit of context too. It's like you're
Yeah.
watching your friend play. They can make some comments. You're like, oh, this is great.
yeah, exactly.
And then you can stop it. It doesn't ask anything from you. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? But the thing is that the whole point of it is that it's kind of supposed to ask something from you. It's a game. You know what I mean? The whole concept. But I don't know, man. I think honestly, a lot of what this guy, it's like,
Well, the other point I was going to make though is that I think that the reason why you do see so much more games right now from all of these small studios, 1-2 person teams or micro teams or whatever, is because the industry has kind of, I don't know if cannibalized itself is the right word, but it's just an endless sequence of layoffs and
no, exactly.
and
I completely agree.
people getting hired, people getting laid off, and then what do you do after you get laid off? This is why, I'm a big proponent of trying to get people who just recently got laid off from this game studio, and they want to create another studio and develop a game, to try to push them in the direction of going co-op with it, doing a worker co-op rather than, there was a studio, they just formed here in Austin, I think. I can't remember where it was a bunch of dudes that got laid off from somewhere, but I can't remember if it was Netflix Games. Well, they were one of them, actually. I think Boss Fight started off as an indie studio, got acquired by Netflix, and then Netflix shut it down, and then I think those guys just restarted Boss Fight again.
Yeah.
But there was another studio, I forget who was involved with it, but in any of those situations, I'm like, you guys, if you keep running these businesses the way that you have been for the past 10, 15, 20 years, you're just going to end up in the same place. You're going to be like, all right, you're going to live like an edge of reality type of lifestyle where you're basically a dumpster diving raccoon trying to get whatever kind of co-development work that you can get to pay the bills, while on the side you're making your own whatever type of game you're trying to make. And most of the time it doesn't work out super well for those kinds of companies, but I mean, sometimes they do, but that's really what you're going to be doing until you're desperate enough, or maybe lucky enough, to have someone acquire you. And that's what happened with the last game studio I worked at. This happened after I left, but they got acquired by Facebook. And then recently, Facebook fired them all. They all got laid off and shut down.
Genetic Memory Farms just entered the chat.
Yo, what's up, January Farms? Welcome back to the stream. How you doing tonight? Good evening, good peeps. I hope you're all safe and stoned. Oh, Justin and Devin, I feel like I lucked out. Oh, well, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. But,
yeah, I mean, it's
just like, you're going to end up in the same space. You're going to...
I'm not, the thing is, some of these problems, I just don't think there's any way to fix it. It feels like it just gets worse until, a neutron bomb drops, and then we all go back to cavemen and just do the whole thing again. I don't, what do you what, I mean, you can't tell a bunch of people working. I say all this shit as someone who is actively working on a game idea.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just more slop for the fucking trough, But,
well, I mean,
it's like OnlyFans. It's like they say, oh, actually, really only 0.08 OnlyFans people make any money. Everybody else is just showing their shit for no reason at all. You know what I mean? It's like,
I guess when you put it that way, no. Like, the change that's going to have to happen in order to make all of this a little bit more sustainable is a societal change. It's going to have to be an understanding of what we want to prioritize as a society as being our number one metric for success. And right now, that metric is being left to corporations whose guiding light is maximum profitability. Like, you can never have that's the thing that always pisses me off is like I read a headline that was like, what was it? It was I think it was about Honda's profits.
yeah, I heard someone today described capitalism as rich people cutting corners to make even more money.
Yeah.
They're like, that's capitalism. What do you?
I think this was it. Honda oh, you fucking dick.
Oh, I just had a hilarious idea.
Dick
What do you call a capitalist square? A circle.
Why is this? Wait, what? What do you call a capitalist?
What do you call a capitalist square? A circle.
That's a good one.
Yeah, no, I just came up with that right on the fly.
That's a good one. I like it. I'm probably gonna steal that actually. Oh, come on. Where are you at? I'm not a fucking robot, alright? What?
This shit, dude, is infuriating in its own way.
Honda posts first ever annual loss after pullback from EVs.
Yes.
Honda posted its first loss since 1957 as it took a multi-billion-dollar hit from scaling back its electronic plants. Okay, but I think they still reported a profit though.
I don't, who even knows, dude? I mean, does that kind of shit even matter?
Well,
I mean, it totally does, but it also totally doesn't, because the stock market today is at like fucking 5,100, almost be at 52 by the time it closed, which is just ridiculous because it's only like 4 companies giving each other money back and forth.
Here's the thing, like, it matters, I guess, in a micro sense. Like, okay, so obviously, if you're running a company, you need to be taking in more. I mean, if you've got good fundamentals, we're not going to talk about, the near 0% interest rates that companies got used to from banks and were just infinitely borrowing a bunch of money. And then venture capitalists was taking that free money to juice up investments in billion-dollar valued companies that provided no real service and all of that sort of shit. We won't have to talk about that. And you run in a burger joint, generally speaking, you want to take in more money than you're spending, right? So yeah, that makes sense that, you got to be in the black to some degree.
In the classic sense of capitalism, the idea of, or should we say entrepreneurship?
Entrepreneur, yeah. Not necessarily capitalism, but entrepreneurship, yes.
I'm actually a big fan of entrepreneurship. I think that's great.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can exist in many different market types, not just capitalism. But like the idea that, like, okay, we were $1,000, you had $1,000 profit last year. Great. Okay, we're in the black 1,000. And then, okay, but this year we were only $978 dollars minus, or from away from the $1,000 that we were last year. Okay, so we're still basically 1,000 the profit, but it dipped a little bit. Nope, fire everyone.
Yeah,
fire everyone. Cut corners wherever you can.
We didn't grow.
Yeah, it's just like fucking that line can never go anywhere but up. Even if you're still profitable, like being profitable doesn't matter. Like right now, profitability doesn't matter at all because all these companies are consistently profitable.
Yeah, well, it's not
with huge margins.
That's the point, though, is that you're right. Profitability is almost like an interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah,
they would actually don't give a shit if you're profitable if your story or trajectory seems like it's like, well, we weren't profitable, but we did fire everybody this time. We've got these new things, or blah blah. It's like, I like this story.
No, it's what I mean? It's not profitable. It's not about being profitable. It's about being more profitable. Yeah, like it's just more. Are you going to be more profitable tomorrow than you are today?
But think about if profitability mattered fucking at all, than like companies like OpenAI or SpaceX.
Well,
SpaceX is a money furnace, and their IPO, the original IPO they applied for is $2 trillion, and it is they're like $36 billion in the hole. They're not even remotely close to profit. The only part of that entire thing that makes any money at all is Starlink. Supposedly Starlink, pretty great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it was a spin-off on its own company by itself, that would be fantastic. Everything else is fucking hot garbage. But man, they're actively trying to go for a $2 trillion valuation IPO. And
Well,
it's ridiculous. There are companies that are actually making money every year. At the end of the year, they brought in more than they paid out. And those companies aren't anywhere near, you know what I mean? Because it's like, if you read that IPO, it is fucking crazy. It's all vibes.
Yeah, it's a scam.
It's a comic book. You know what I mean?
Like the tech industry is a scam, and they have perfected the art of imaginary valuations and then doing IPOs based on because like as soon as your company gets valued at like $1 billion or whatever, and then you do an IPO and everybody is like, oh, this is $1 billion company. I'm going to jump in on that IPO early while I can't. It just turns into a pump and dump. It's just a pump and dump. So, like, and with anything Elon Musk related, the real value in all of his shit now is basically just government contracts. Like,
yeah, well,
that's pretty much it. Even like the idea that Tesla is still trading at like 400 a share or whatever is laughable.
Yeah.
Because that company is a ruins right now.
Yeah.
Like no one's buying their vehicles.
They're buying their own Cybertrucks.
They're buying their own Cybertrucks. And it's just it's outlandish that any of this stuff is legal. Like
we got some
seems to me it should be cheaper and easier for indie developers to put out games, and that could take market share from AAA developers, but I don't know, I'd make food. I mean, that's the value. This is why AAA development is as bloated as it is. It's because a AAA title demands more attention in the attention media market than indie games. Like, an indie game has to really go super viral in order to get the kind of attention that a AAA game does, but a really big AAA game, by its nature, because a part of that budget is just going to be marketing, tremendous marketing spend, but also just the promise of what that game is will also be its marketing. So, oh, there's going to be a new, you saw it with Desert, what was that RPG that just came out? No idea. Desert something. It's on my wish list.
Desert Eagle.
A lot of my games on my wish list barely ever move on price, unfortunately. Crimson Desert, yes.
Crimson.
Same. It's what happened with Crimson Desert. Like, you know,
They sold 5 million copies.
Yeah, because there was a huge amount of hype about this game based off of the fact that it looked like a fucking incredible open world game. I don't know. I haven't played it yet because I don't want to spend the money, but it looks fucking cool as hell. And this is the kind of thing that gets in the West relatively unknown.
Did you ever play Expedition 33?
No.
I got that, and I've heard it's good.
I heard it was good too. I want to play it. I heard it was good.
Again, it's a lot of work. I'm working on some other projects.
Yeah.
It's a thing too. It's like you reach a certain point where it's like I felt that way after Baldur's Gate 3. I was like playing it, and I got to the end. I was like, I could see how much time I put into this. It's like, what could I have done with that time? You know what I mean?
I try not to think about that.
That's the problem. Is I think like, well, I could have probably written a script at that time. I certainly could have probably made a short film at that time. I certainly could have written a bunch of songs in that time that might go out into the world and make me some money. I could have worked on my software ideas.
I have long since abandoned the notion that I need to be any more productive than I already am. Because I feel like that's a part of the problem too. It's like, what are you doing? You're sleeping? You're wasting your life away. get up and you go write that song, or you go fucking develop that game, or blah blah blah. Like, you can't have a second where you're just like, I'm just gonna chill.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
you can. I take a lot of seconds.
yeah, like I think that's fine. I mean, I know you. You've got projects that you work on and shit. It's the same as me. Like, I've got all sorts of shit that I'm
Like, that's the
working
thing,
on.
and I'm into. So, it's not so much. Yeah, that's a whole American thing and whatever. But it's almost the same thing where it's like you get to a point when I'm looking at it, I'm like, this was a series of problems that you solved. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I fought the fucking zombies in the room and they killed me the first time, and obviously I've got to give what's his face more mana and some bullshit, and you play it again and you get through it. You're like, yeah, I got through it. But it's like, you're like, I did it. But it's not like, wow, how great was that? I mean, that was one thing I will say that, like, The Witcher typically did. It was nothing was ever super hard. It was just really interesting. It was like reading a book. You know what I mean? It was never like, that was like,
That's why I never
Baldur's
got into
Gate,
like Elden
Baldur's
Ring.
Gate. Yeah, exactly. Baldur's Gate wasn't that interesting. It was just like, there were things that were challenging, but lots of things are challenging. Building a fucking coffee table, is challenging. And at the end, you got a fucking coffee table.
Right.
At the end of Baldur's Gate, I had nothing.
That's
I was
why-
just
that
like,
is
I was just $69 poor.
That
I was
is
like, you know what?
exactly
Fuck
why.
this game.
That's exactly why I don't like difficulty as a genre games like Elden Ring and shit.
Yeah.
Is because it's like, it doesn't give you anything. Like, when it's like, oh, but the challenge is the point of it. Like, you have to spend so much time learning the attack patterns and like how to properly defend and attack in the right window and then blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, I could do that and spend all that time. I played Elden Ring. I played Dark Souls and learned how to do just enough to like beat the first boss that I encountered or whatever. But like, when I did, all it did was say enemy defeated.
Yeah.
And that was it.
It's like the end of that.
There was like nothing.
That thing where they beat in South Park, where they finally beat Rock Band completely. At the end, it's like, it uses the F slur, but it's like, congratulations, you are. And they're just like, what?
Pretty much. And it's
Yeah.
like, I don't want to get frustrated all night and waste all my time trying to master this thing just for no pay. That's why I like RPGs.
It's like you can go fishing. You know what I mean? Fishing is difficult, but you actually catch a fish and you can keep it and take it home and make food with it if you really want. You know what I mean? And that's not to say there aren't games that are really fun and expression and like art that you can consume. That's why I liked Witcher 3 so much, is because like I used to play it with Aaron. We would play it and it was like watching Game of Thrones, only I got to choose what happened in Game of Thrones. You know what I mean? It was really fun, and it was like, oh, this is really cool, and you'd be like, oh, this is cool, and there'd be twists, and you'd be like, oh man, that was cool. It was almost like an interactive movie, but with just enough to where it wasn't like I was just basically, okay, now play, okay, I was engaged, and that was why it was so good. But yeah, I mean, like, I didn't feel that way about Baldur's Gate 3, even though I played it all the way. There were moments. But in general, it was just kind of like,
yeah.
Honestly, I didn't feel that way about Skyrim. You know what I mean? I mean, there were moments in Skyrim. I want to say The Witcher 3 was probably the only other time I felt that way in games where I was just like riveted, keep playing it, would probably be Knights of the Old Republic, either one of those games. The first one, I played it after the second one. I was so fucking amped at the end of that game. I was like, holy shit, dude, this game is great. And then the original Silent Hill, Fatal Frame, some of those games and those games, though, you could play those games with friends over a few evenings, and it was like, that was great. It wasn't like, well, I put 100 hours of my life into this shit. You know what I mean? It's like, that's a commitment, man, And I'm not saying that video games aren't worth it. They can be, but a lot of them aren't, It's just like, that's my own personal block sometimes. It's like, if it's not, if I'm not really riveted, I got to tap out. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I'm the same way. Like, you can always tell on my stream if I like a game or not based off of if I beat it. Yeah. Like, if a game has like, if I look at my library and it's like, oh, I only have like, what's a good example? Nobody Wants to Die. 4.5 hours in this game. It's not a bad game, but at a certain point I was like, I'm not going to play that anymore, and I installed it. But then you look at like Fallout 3. Oh, that's not accurate. That's not accurate at all.
I was going to say seven minutes.
I don't know why it says 7 minutes. No, last I checked on my save, it was 73 hours.
Yeah.
So like, and I beat it. So
I didn't beat Fallout 3. I eventually had to pull a plug on it.
oh yeah,
Although I liked it more
I also
than.
grabbed this guy.
Oh, nice. You
Yeah.
worked on that, right?
Yeah.
I liked it more than Skyrim. I thought it was more engaging a game. It was a more engaging world than Skyrim, but I didn't pass it. I got to a certain point where I was just like, it kind of lost me. I do like
Yeah.
the show though. You know what I mean?
In speculative markets like our stock market, potential for profit takes in more investor money than real dividends.
Yeah, exactly. People think like, oh my god, if half of what Elon Musk says in this prospectus works out, then this is gonna make more money than anything's ever made, and I'm gonna get a piece of that money.
Yeah. Didn't Fortnite free-to-play games start without marketing or advertising? Just went viral for Epic, right? Same with Rocket League. Again, you two are the game experts. Okay, I said that. You two are the game experts. I grow plants and make food. There was marketing for Fortnite. Fortnite was a big deal before it launched. And I say that as someone that very tangentially worked on that game.
You worked on Fortnite?
A very minimal sense.
I almost did a commercial for Fortnite. I re-recorded. So they were gonna make a commercial for it, and one of the reference tracks that they were using, it was gonna be for the newest thing that just came out, new season. They were using they referenced some like really old Chili Pepper song, and they wanted a song that had that vibe, but was gonna drive the whole thing. And I made a whole song, but I never got beyond the rough demo phase. You know what I mean? And then for a while though, it was in the running, but then they changed the complete direction. And usually when that happens, it's like they license something.
As a kid, I spent time on games. As an adult, I typically play games as a social activity, not solo. Always busy, so chat with friends while we play games. Can't go drinking, play games, and hang out.
Yeah, I mean that's why I generally play games like that too. I would say more as an adult. I don't play like again Witcher 3 and maybe Baldur's Gate 3 were the last games I actually. Although it's funny, they're not the last games I played. I played the remake of Silent Hill 2. We played Resident Evil 7 and we played Resident Evil 9, but I played it with Juniper and Zane.
Yeah.
And Zane did a lot of the playing, although I did actually beat the final boss in Silent Hill. Like we played it taking turns, and I fought the final boss. And I want to say I think Brian passed it originally in like 2002 with the original game, but I played it this time. But the way I typically play games is I get so much health. You know what I mean? And I save it. I save it and save it and save it and save it and save it. So like when I get to the end, I've got so much health that I'm pretty much invincible. And so like all strategy's out the window. I'm just running around in a circle, avoiding the thing, and then like taking a few hits, drinking some health, and then going around. And I must have played that boss. Zane was watching me, and then he fell asleep, and he woke up, and he's like, "Holy shit, are you still fighting that boss?" I was like, "Yeah, it's going kind of slow." You know what I mean? But eventually I did kill
it. It just reminds me when I went to like your Christmas party and they were playing that Indiana Jones game.
Oh yeah, I got that. I did play that a little bit.
That.
Yeah, for a second. And I want to play that, but again,
got stuff to do.
I gotta like get into it. If I could get into it, like really into it, like oh god, I know what happens next, because fucking Nate says that game is amazing. You know what I mean? And it's tough, man. It's like, you get a whole routine, like, you have dinner and then you watch TV and then, it's like my wife wants to go to bed. We got to go to bed. And it's like, like I have to like get out of bed and be like, I'm going to go downstairs and play video games now that you're asleep. And it's like, or, if I can do that, I'm going to do that. There's usually always something I could go out and do other than that. It's like, it's a thing.
No, I get it. Like, and I found myself like on those days that I don't stream, in lieu of playing games, I do other shit.
Yeah,
like write up a giant policy document.
Yeah, see that's really useful. I mean, I got really into woodworking and shit, so
I want to do that. I just don't have a good space for it. I don't have.
Yeah, it's tough. Like I made the shed into it, and it is very tight. But I do have a wicked bad table saw.
Oh, nice.
And I got one of those saw stop like contractor saws, like the ones where if you touch it with your hand, it doesn't
touch it with your hand.
Yeah, if you put your hand on a saw stop, It's got this crazy like piston activated system. It's the only company that has it. So I take my hand and I just throw it into the blade. The blade will drop down into the saw before.
You've tested this?
Well, no, but I have set it off. A Hanatako like some woodwork. I have set it off. I was cutting a board and it hit a nail because a nail set it off too.
Oh.
It hit a nail on the board instantaneously. It was just gone. Blade was gone. Supposedly people's like you took a hot dog and you put it on there, it'll just leave a little mark on the hot dog. I got it because I play guitar, right? That's my main thing. I can't lose my fucking fingers. You know what I mean? And so, or even get them hurt.
Damage
you know what I mean? Yeah.
Anyway, that might affect the plans.
So like, you know, I got the saw and it's a pretty great saw. I did set it off once and I did have one accident on it with it, but luckily I wasn't hurt and my hands didn't go anywhere near the blade.
Okay, well
But
that's good then.
Yeah, I was.
The way you described it made it sound like you were sticking your hand in the blade.
No.
That's why I was like, what the fuck are you talking
I'm fucking
about?
terrified of that shit, dude.
Yeah, me too.
A table saw is a fucking terrifying thing.
Elon Musk looks like he smells bad.
You know he does, dude.
You could say he smells musky. Yo, what's up, Astoris? Welcome back to the stream. How you doing tonight? Hey, woodworking. I love some woodworking. I love it. I build everything, including my axes. Yeah, I asked you for a custom axe a while ago. I want a custom Viking axe.
Nice. I built a mid-century modern coffee table.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looks pretty awesome. I'll show you. I think I have a picture of it. It's in the studio. I've been remodeling my studio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you mentioned that last time. Nick Offerman builds boats, and I've always thought like that seems like a cool thing to do. To like build a wooden boat.
I wouldn't want to build one from scratch, but I would love to restore like a big Chris Craft from the 70s or the early 60s, the 50s with all the wood on the inside. That would be amazing. I watched a series of YouTube videos where they restore boats. That became a whole thing.
That would be cool. Now you see, that's what you should look into as far as like, oh, AI's taking all our jobs. What can I do? Like build boats for rich people, man, or restore boats for rich people.
That's the studio now.
Oh, that's dope.
I turned this into like a double desk for my keyboard. That's the coffee table. You can't really see the front of it, but that's it right there.
Oh, okay.
You know, and
damn, you built that?
Yeah. I built that shit from scratch.
That looks great.
Thanks, man. And this was actually a mid-century modern dresser, and I took the top two drawers out and I built a shelf that recesses into it for this big synthesizer, and then I put my other synthesizers on top. Then I took those two drawers and I put them in the front of this coffee table.
Oh, okay.
So if I'm sitting right here, I've got more stuff in there. I didn't lose the storage.
That's awesome.
It was a big project. I mean, luckily I wasn't working at my work. I was just being paid. so I was just like every day I was out there fucking like in the wood shop.
Using like a little scraper tool.
Totally, you know what I mean?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I built an armoire. I built an armoire for my friend's mom's new place recently. I've been making and painting some stuff for Pride too. Hell yeah.
Cool.
I want to get into woodworking. Maybe at some point.
It is a good...
I gotta use the bathroom. Wait back in a second.
Word.
You can regale the chat with your exploits.
Yeah, it's a fun thing to do, although it can be very, very frustrating. You know, sanding is very tedious. I like a drum sander, but I don't have any place to put a drum sander. Mountain Blade Warband. Is that like an AI image? Because why has the guy got two helmets on? He's got this helmet. I'm not sure if you guys can see that. Yet he has a much larger helmet right there. I don't think he would. That might be AI. Oh, cedar hot tub. Nice. Pickles are cool. I like eating pickles. I don't know. I find like anything like that is like tangible is a rewarding pastime. I don't think you know, I'm not bagging on video game consumption as a whole, but I mean, you know, it feels like there are more games than you could ever play in a million years, and of all those games, like only 6% would be worth a damn. You know what I mean?
Cedar hot tub. Jesus Christ, that sounds fucking awesome.
Oh, damn.
Tomato.
Yeah, totally. I agree. I think that honestly, that there should be more of a premium on that. I think all the digital,
Just making stuff.
yes, I
No,
think the digitization of our culture has really moved us away from, you know, and AI has made it even worse because people made stuff, but they made stuff on the computer. They made images in Photoshop, or they made edits, or they made things like that. And you know, I've done a bunch of that stuff, and you feel pride, and that's making stuff too. But now it's like AI can make all that shit with just a push of a button. So it's like,
Yeah.
and the thing is, it's like, well, you still made it. You still have the value of it. It's like, yes, you do. But the problem is that it's still devalued by the, you know, the general, like, yeah, you can make something, but I think there's making stuff for yourself, but then there's also like, you know, it's like you go to, you know, imagine if like making a coffee table, you go to all the trouble to make, you know, design, sand, stain, all the crap you have to do to, you built this coffee table. And it's like, well, I got a coffee table button over here, and I can make one just like that, even better, you know. And they press a button, and there's a coffee table, it just comes out like a matter replicator.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I did learn a lot and had a good experience making that, but it does feel somewhat diminished by the fact that you can just press a button and an infinite amount of coffee tables come out right there. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I don't know.
Huh. Yeah. I think that I think a part of I think people are realizing that that diminishment of value from something that takes no effort to create kind of sucks. Like there is a certain element of that that just kind of feels sort of lame.
No,
And
it's like not Ronnie Chang said. He's like, the making it is the thing that you
Yeah.
enjoy. He
like,
was like,
making it like the journey
yeah,
is the point.
exactly.
Yeah,
You
like,
know,
the journey of it is the point of it.
there's a great episode of Northern Exposure. Did you ever watch that show?
A little bit, yeah.
That was actually a really fantastic show.
I remember the theme song for certain.
Yeah, there's an episode of that show where one of the characters does a paint by numbers, and he's like an older guy who owns the bar, and you know he's kind of, you know, he's kind of provincial in his and stuff, but he's a cool guy. He's open minded and stuff. He's not, but he's, you know, he's older guy, and he makes a paint by numbers. He's really proud of it. He's not like super sophisticated or anything, you know. He does paint by numbers.
Yeah.
And then there's this DJ guy who's a DJ for the town, and he's like really a hippie kind of guy. He's really out there. He's, you know, and he's like, you got to take this and you got to light this on fire, you know. And he was like, why? And he's like, cause man, it's about process, not product. You know, it's the making of it that matters. That's the art. This is just something you got to like commit to the you know, you can't rest on your laurels and look at this. It's the making of it that matters. This is just a token of the journey and stuff. And so he gets him to burn it. You know what I mean? And it's like, and he tries to make his point, but the guy doesn't really get it. And he's like, I just pointed and painted a new one. He got the paint by numbers, and he just made another one. And the guy realizes that, yeah, he's maybe not, maybe the journey isn't the point for everybody. It's not going to get it. You know, but you know, I just remember that. He's like, I think it looks good. I'm going to put it on my wall. You know, that was a great show.
There is also such a thing as being too in your own head about some of these things. So I do think there is still some value in handcrafted stuff, but most people are creatures of impatience.
I think everyone to some degree is impatient when given the alternative. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know.
This is why I liked making beer. 10 minutes of art and it's gone. It is gone.
I think there's something to be said for like iteration and being like, this is my best batch yet. You know what I mean? Or that's why one of the reasons why fishing is so entertaining, because it's like, especially if you're just like a lure and you're working the thing and you're like, oh, you know, you when you finally hit on it, you know, you're like, oh my God, and you catch one after another and you just change one little thing and you're like, oh, and then each one is maybe at any point you can get the biggest one yet, you know, and then they're all gone. It's gone. You can't completely control it. Sometimes you can do everything right and still be wrong. And it's just about, you know, showing up another day. But that's the thing. It's you know, it's the struggle is part of the point. It's kind of like, I remember when I was playing Ultima 6, to bring it fully back to video games. I was playing Ultima 6 in like 1989 or some shit. Maybe it was 91. And back then you could go to Babbage's and you could get like the clue book.
Babbage's.
Remember Babbage's?
Yeah.
So you get the clue book. So I had it for the PC, I want to say, and I went and I got the clue book, and I was really excited because I was like, oh man, this is going to get me over the hump on some stuff. And I read, there was a letter from Lord British in the very beginning. And the letter was like, ye, you know, who opened this tome, know that in knowing the future, it might erode one's will to proceed. And I was like, yeah, shut up. You know? But I got to say, he was right. You know what I mean? I found out how to do the stuff and I quit playing the game. Like once I had the answers, it wasn't fun anymore. It was no challenge, you know. It's just like,
oh man.
But just the fact the book was there meant I couldn't, you know.
He tried to warn you.
I know he did. And then Nate one time played Might or Magic 4 or some shit. And my brother and I, he went and got the clue book and he just literally had it open. And he was just going thing by thing. And my brother and I were just like, dude, why is it even fun? You're just going, you know, he's like, fuck you.
I use the walkthrough when I'm super stuck. Like,
yeah,
if I am super stuck, then I'll look it up. But
that was the thing about walkthroughs online, is like, if you had one thing, you could go that one thing.
Yeah.
And be like, okay, you know. And it's like, I remember playing some games with Juniper and we would get stuck on something and she'd be like, let's just go look. And I was like, no, we can do this. We can figure this out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like there's a certain level of like, I can't admit defeat.
Yes.
To it too.
One time, Nate and I, we were playing Soul Reaver 2, and this is in like 2001 on PS1 or PS2. And we're playing Soul Reaver 2, and we got caught in an area. And man, we could not find our way out of this area. And so we looked and we looked and we looked. If you look it up, it's like, no, fuck it. We can do this. We can do this. And we worked on it. We worked on this for like 3 or 4 hours. And eventually we were just like, we're fucking beat, dude. We missed it. I don't know what we did, you know? And Nate was like, fuck it, I'm looking it up. And he goes and he looks it up. It was a bug. It was some fucking bug. If you went through this before you did that, the door would close and you could never open it up again.
That's
and so
brutal.
it was terrible, dude. We were just like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Damn.
In my case, for example, building an armoire for my friend's mother's new place, that takes time, is just some lady who does carpentry from the enjoyment of just doing carpentry as opposed to just going to IKEA or something when you can select from 1,000 different armoires. Yeah, totally. And there's something to be said for making exactly what you want. Exactly it's like, you don't have to, there's no compromises. You can make it exactly what you want.
If you have the skills.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the skills. I mean, like, you know, within reason. Mid-century modern is a good style to make because it's not very flowery. You don't have to like do a bunch of like hand carving and, you know, a bunch of very specific routing, you know what I mean? And it just looks good, you know.
Especially in modern games, I'll try to do everything short of looking something up. I enjoy the puzzle.
Yeah, it's kind of the point of playing it, is to have it to be some degree of challenge, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, within reason, because it can't be too challenging, because you're like, dude, I got a job, you know what I mean? It's like,
I beat all 3 of those modern Tomb Raider remakes without looking anything up. I don't think I looked anything up in any of those. But no, there was one in one of those games. I think the last game I had to look one puzzle up. But other than that, like, even when I was in a cave and was stuck and couldn't figure out why, it was like, oh, the exit is actually hidden over there, and you can't really tell that the camera is at a certain angle because you can't tell that it's an opening. But if you go to a different area and spin the camera, you can see it's a hallway, and you can walk down there. Like, I got stuck a number of times and just managed to get out of it that way. But, you know, there is a level of, like, fulfillment when you can encounter a puzzle or a problem and not rely on a walkthrough or a cheat or something and
totally
get through it.
Same thing with programming. That's one of the things I liked about programming, is that, like, you'd be working on something really hard and you'd figure out how to do it and you'd be like, oh my God, I did it. Of course now.
Yeah, I hate programming though.
I loved that about it, but now it's
Ironically.
like, it's so far beyond my ability at this point. It's like ChatGPT, she just spits stuff out. I'm like, how much code is there? And I'll go look at the code base and I'm like, holy shit. You know what I mean? It's like, this is like the most elaborate app, I've ever created, and I haven't created any of it.
That's a problem with it, is like, it will give you a shit ton of cruff. A lot of stuff that it probably doesn't even need to be in there.
Yeah.
Like, it might work technically, but if any full stack developer worth their salt looked at it, they'd be like, this is the most inefficient code I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of a part of the problem. But,
Well,
again, I also say this as someone who thinks that, like, the inevitable endpoint that we should all aspire to with AI is for it to completely wipe out half or more of the tech industry. But
that would be a very ironic, to me, that's all one can hope for. Like, that would be a very ironic, pleasant, like, outcome, is that it actually, I mean, I've already seen my industry, somewhat different aspects of it, somewhat decimated by it, even the early salvos of it. But it would be hilarious if their monster turned on them and devoured half of them.
Well, I mean, it's going to eventually, because the tech industry of the Obama years was built entirely on fucking Silicon Valley. When I say that, I mean the HBO show with it's Silicon Valley style app development, right? And everyone's trying to build a unicorn, some bullshit Find My Hot Dog, or is it the hot dog, whatever Jin Yang was building. And this app is going to be worth $1 million because, it looks like we could use this to, like, suss out dick pics and fucking text messages or whatever. And everybody,
is that a plot point?
Yeah, that's it. Because he ended up.
I think I tapped out.
He ended up selling. He ended up selling his. Is this a hot dog or not? To some company that was using it to find dick pics. And
that's actually really funny.
I
don't think I watched after Ehrlich what's his face left. He was one of my favorite characters on the show, even though that guy, like,
guy got canceled out of existence.
He kind of weirdly canceled himself. Honestly, it's like he kind of. It's like he had one thing and he just dealt with it in such a shitty way. You know what I mean? It had some, like, really, really weird kind of flame outs that it's like, I don't know what he's doing now. His stand-up wasn't funny, but he was funny in shows.
He was funny in shows.
Yeah.
Movie-wise, I guess he's gonna be in an upcoming movie. I don't know what this is all about. Might be one of those Daily
Wire
or Daily Wire movies. Yeah.
I think a Daily Caller is another right-wing thing.
Yeah, it is. Daily Wire.
I think they're actually going out of business.
One can only hope.
Yeah, supposedly they've kind of imploded.
See, this is okay. So we are at a point right now, and this is what makes me so incredibly angry. Everything we could have ever wanted, basically, the starting point of everything we could ever wanted for the current state of the conservative movement, right-wingers in this country in general, and their increasingly tenuous grasp on the zeitgeist of our modern society is starting to crumble. Like, MAGA is not what it used to be. It crumbles a little more every day. Trump's stranglehold on, he still has his cult, but, he's got an increasing amount of insurgency within the ranks of the right wing, more and more every day. Daily Wire, a once seemingly unstoppable juggernaut of right-wing bullshit being piped to your grandma's Facebook feed, dying. Ben Shapiro, a nothing factor in the YouTube space. He gets basically no views compared to what he used to get. And same goes for a lot of these other old stalwarts of the old conservative movement. You have this situation where Trump has, like, historically low approval ratings and getting lower every day. And it just seems like everything is so rife for turning over everything that we thought, everything that we believed was wrong about how we function as a society in a post-Reagan, I guess I say maybe post-Jimmy Carter world, and yet, and yet, we aren't taking advantage of that at all. Do you remember 2006?
Oh yeah, I do.
George Bush was significantly more popular in 2006 than Trump is now.
Yeah, sure.
But the Democrats, with ironically Nancy Pelosi at the lead, did an incredible job of branding everything that was wrong with the Republican Party under the banner of culture of corruption. That was their big phrase, the culture of corruption. And everything that they hit the Republicans with was tethered to the phrase culture of corruption, and it was tethered to the idea that Republicans are just inherently corrupt. And it worked. Like that I remember we were working at Aspire during that midterm election when the Democrats took Congress and whatnot.
Yeah.
It was a great moment. You would think that something similar would be happening right now. That there would be some coalescing around a great Republicans are evil scumbags sort of messaging that really takes advantage of all of the other things that I've kind of highlighted, and yet it doesn't exist right now.
Well, yeah, and I think the reason why, to some degree, I mean, it does exist, but it's not uniform, and I think the issue probably is that the Democratic Party is having its own issues.
Yeah,
And I think
which is stupid.
They're coming to the front. They're coming to the forefront more now than they ever have. They've been bubbling up for a while. You know what I mean? But they're coming to the forefront more now than ever before. And I think that, like,
hello, yo, what's up? First time chat, Merlin Hurlin. Welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight? What y'all talking about? Well, now we're
all kinds of stuff. we've been was the games pretty heavily for a while. The concept of video games as a pastime versus more analog exploits, and then now we're moving into politics.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, man?
I'm saying that, like, you know, and I was gonna ask you, how closely are you following this Graham Plattner stuff?
I'm following it. It's dumb as fuck, but I'm following it.
What are your thoughts on Graham Plattner?
I'm fine with him.
Yeah,
I've got no problem.
Okay. I mean, I think he's okay. I will say this for him. I've seen a few of his videos, and his way of speaking is very succinct. I know why he appeals to people.
Well, yeah.
Beyond just, like, you know what I mean? He's a big white guy who was in the military, and there's certain people in Maine like that. You know, he has talents beyond that, I think, as a, you know what I mean? Some of his videos, although I think how he's dealt with this newest scandal is not good. But we can get to that.
I don't even think it's a scandal.
Well, it shouldn't be at all. And the fact that the Democrats themselves, you know what I mean, put this out it illustrates my point. So there are your Schumer side of the party. You know what I mean? They're not about this shit. There's a lot of their donors, your Mark Cubans and stuff like that are like, yeah, if you guys do this, you're gonna lose forever. No one wants this, and no one with any money certainly wants this. And I think there's a bunch of people.
But what is the this that they're described what do you think that the this that they're talking about?
I think is? Like a much more populist style, like FDR, like DSA adjacent, like the kind of stuff that we've been talking about for years. You know what I mean? All that stuff is starting to be on the table now. You got people being like, okay, national health care needs to fucking happen. You know what I mean?
Well, what's actually happening in respect to that is Zoran Mondani won in New York City, and now New York City looks like a fucking party every day.
Yeah.
So that's got a lot of people nervous.
Well, that's the thing. Mondani is doing a great job. People say, oh, it's going to be terrible. It's like, actually, he's kind of killing it. And, you know, he balanced the budget and, you know, all kinds of shit. No one left. You know, and
everyone's never gonna leave.
Yeah, and so, you know, it's like, and that's the thing, though, the scaring people, and I mean the Democrats, you're kind of corporate middle of the road Democrats, scaring people about socialism or the concept of socialism being a bad thing has been, a way to, you know, just avoid having that conversation. You know, it was one thing where we can, you know, isolate Bernie, and honestly, you know, so here's the thing. I think that my mind on some of this stuff has my position is crystallized a little bit, especially after Trump gets elected again. To me, Kamala Harris losing to Trump was really like a canary in the coal mine, where it's just like, okay, you guys.
That was the coal mine exploding.
It's
the
like
canary died in 2016. that was when the canary died. The coal mine exploded in 2024.
well, it's like, at a certain point, I was like, okay, there's a ton of boomers that just aren't going to go for this fucking shit. They'll vote. They're Clinton voters that would vote for, that voted for Obama. You know what I mean? That would vote for, somebody else, but they're, maybe Gavin Newsom, but they're not going to vote for, Bernie Sanders. It's just, there's going to end up being a thing there's some picture of him in the SDDS in 1965.
Which
I'm describing a kind of a conceptual space, you know what I'm saying? But that was a
someone
thought.
that would vote for Gavin Newsom but not Bernie Sanders. To me, that sounds like a latte liberal.
Well, that's my point. As I'm saying, like, there was a certain subset. If you want to go back, so the argument that this so-and-so is unelectable, that was a
Hey, Merlin Herlin, thank you for the follow. Let me catch up on chat real quick before you finish that thought.
word.
The pedo Cheetah is getting Weekend at Bernie, probably having mini strokes as he poops himself. But for now, Stephen Miller, Susie Wiles, and Russell Vogt are destroying institutional governance. I probably agree with that. Democrats are angling to decide who will lead after Trump. Same with Republicans, just looks way different. I mean, the Democrats need to decide who's going to lead right now. That's the problem.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting to. It's like the idea. I was a lot more susceptible to, okay, there are certain aspects that just aren't electable nationally. There are certain things, things that I supported, but it's like, I don't think it's realistic. You know what I mean? In, say, I don't know, 2016 maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like that, I understood that argument then. However, we've gone through the ringer a couple of times in that point. And to me, at this point, it feels like we can lose to Trump twice. We can lose to him again, even after all the shit that went down the first time. So who gives a shit if they're inelectable or not in the classic sense? Obviously, these guys aren't electable either. If we're going to lose, we might as well lose for fucking something. We might as well offer something.
Yes.
And that's the thing. It's like, we didn't even try that. If Kamala had offered something to people, you know what I mean? Because Trump offered something. Horrible things, but he offered them. And to his credit, he's done horrible things. If you were like a fucking super racist who is super convinced about, did you see the Hassan thing where he's along with Vinny from PBD, and Vinny is losing his absolute mind.
His
and
face
Hassan is
all
just
red.
laughing at him. That was great. But
that was a good one.
But to that Vinny guy, illegal immigrants, big fucking deal. You know what I mean? To me, never a big deal. Didn't give a shit about it at all. You know what I mean?
The funny, I guess I say funny, it's not really funny. It's kind of fucked up and understandable, but like, this is what I try to talk to people about with respects to Trump voters who voted on the policy of mass deportation and then suddenly realizing that it's not a good policy at all. So many of those people, when they're interviewed about it, would be like, well, I just thought he was going after the bad guys. Like, I thought it was the bad ones. And it's like, okay, I'm going to try my hardest not to say anything rude or condescending
Newsflash, Tom
here.
Brokaw. They're all the bad ones.
Yeah, it's like, why would you give this guy that kind of grace for a policy that was deliberately unnuanced? Like, they had signs at the Republican National Convention that said mass deportation now. What do you think that is? Obviously, mass deportation is going to be fucking armed goons going door to door in neighborhoods, dragging people out, smashing car windows, and just sending people off to fucking CCOT. Like, you can't do mass deportation in any other capacity. And with the numbers that they were talking about, Of course, it was going to be
I actually-
not just the criminals.
I don't actually buy it. I don't buy it. I don't. When people say like, I thought they were getting the goods, like, no, you thought they were gonna get rid of Mexicans.
No, because it was Mexican voters. When
You know what I mean?
when Trump won the Latino vote by massive margins in places like Texas, a lot of those Latino voters were like, "Yeah, we just wanted to get rid of the bad ones." You know, like I know it doesn't in our brains. This doesn't make sense.
Well,
to
here's
us.
okay. So I think that yes, there are definitely he made inroads with Latinos, but most of the people his bread and butter with that anti-immigrant shit are white people. You know what I mean? And the thing is that like I think that a lot of them voted for it. It's like, yeah, it'd probably be okay if there were way less Mexicans. I think that sounds okay. And then when they actually some of them when they actually saw it go down, were like,
saw how it was
yeah,
happening.
they were like,
no, I agree with that.
they were like, yeah, you know what? I thought about it, and these guys aren't so bad. This is a little rough. I
agree.
there'd be a little less Mexicans. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's like,
I agree with that. Like, I think that there are a lot of people that saw what that particular policy looks like manifest.
they're like, we didn't expect them to do it.
And
We
it
just
was
kind of wanted
like-
to send a message.
No, not even just that. It was just like, oh shit, I did this.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do this.
Well, that's my point. It's one thing to be like, I'm voting for this. So it's like, we didn't expect them to win, or I don't know. This is really real. This is fucking in my face over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are guys with masks on. You know, it's like my lawn guy disappeared. What the fuck? You know what I mean? It's
And
like
the problem, speaking to Kamala Harris's campaign, is that like,
that she had nothing.
well, she went right wing with her immigration policy too. Like, if you
Yeah.
watched her
She
ad,
let-
she
she
was
let them
totally
run-
like, we're gonna get tough on the
Yeah,
border. It's
she let them run the board because she let them. That's my issue with fucking Democrats writ large, man. It's like, and only a few of them. So when they let Republicans frame an issue, the border's a big fucking problem.
yeah.
And instead of going like, why exactly? Really? Let's look at it for a second. Why beyond just like we should have borders? We're a country. You know, mine. Beyond that, what is the fucking issue? And it's like, well, they're bringing crime. It's like, well, you can look at the statistics. Immigrants don't commit crime. They commit crimes. Illegal immigrants commit crimes less than natural born citizens. We have a thing. Well,
Yeah, and we already have a process for dealing with crime. It's called the COP.
exactly. They're like, well, they don't pay taxes. They use services. They don't pay taxes. Well, actually, here's the thing. They actually do pay taxes. They pay payroll taxes and they pay sales taxes. And honestly, at the rate amount of money they were actually making, they probably wouldn't pay any income tax anyway. They're not making very much money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's not a concern. So what else you got? And they're like, what? You fucking Mexicans, man! Come on, English, man! I want people to speak English.
Well, and like the real issue with immigration is more of it's a process issue. It's people can seek asylum, that's fine. People can immigrate, that's fine. We don't have like the number of judges, immigration judges in courts to process people the way that we should have. And so we get people that end up going into the country and they're part of the process. They're going through the process. They get scheduled appointments to go to courts and have hearings and all that sort of stuff. But in the interim, you know, they're working at wherever Jiffy Lube or wherever they got to fucking work at and whatnot. I don't have a problem with that. There is a manufactured belief that is for some reason some kind of a problem. Why? Don't know. They still contribute to society as workers. They contribute to society as consumers. They contribute to society as, you know, taxpayers to the extent that, you know, they pay sales tax or whatever,
Yeah.
income tax or whatever kind of tax they have to pay for the wages that they get. Like, the only idea that it's any kind of problem is if you buy into this deliberately misconstrued framing of crime in the city, fentanyl. They're bringing in fentanyl and all this other sort of shit, which is just artificially engineered bullshit. Like the idea that, I mean, not to say that there isn't like fentanyl and all that, but the idea that it's because of fucking Mexicans crossing the border or whatever the story that they've written.
It's literally the episode of The Simpsons where it's the Bears, and then they go, actually, it's immigrants, and then
Yeah,
like
it's
Moe's like, even when it was the Bears, I knew it was them.
Immigrants. I knew it was them. Even when it was the Bears, I knew it was them. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's exactly that. The Democrats had like no real counter message, and they still don't really have.
And that's
like,
the thing is that they actually kind of do. I saw Graham Plattner and someone's brought it up, and he's like, here's the thing, immigrants aren't the problem. They're not taking anything from you. You know what I mean? He's like, people who are taking things from you are fucking rich people, billionaires. That's who's taking stuff from you. You know what I mean?
This is
corporations.
and this is the fundamental problem.
They're stealing from you. They've convinced you it's immigrants, but they're stealing. But these people are stealing from you.
He is naming the enemy, and the enemy is the ownership class. The establishment of the Democratic Party do not like that.
Exactly.
Because those are the people that butter their bread.
And that actually was originally my point when we started this, is that that's why there is an issue with them with coming up with a slogan akin to Nancy Pelosi's back in the day.
Right.
Is because they're on two different taps. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
half the party is supported by people that the other half of the party want to fucking pull down off their pedestals and emulsify.
All right, let me catch up on chat real quick. I know that is not happening in the Dems today due to the left. Essentially, any Bernie crowd or Bernie light figure having what the fuck happened to that message? Having more power. Okay, it keeps messing up.
I don't want you to read it.
This is dumb. Why does it do that? If I scroll up app, you should stay where I'm scrolled to.
Having more power in the power since maybe the 80s with Jesse Jackson, and even then the movement around Jesse Jackson was very much based on him, whereas none of the left extends far beyond Bernie and at times more to the left than Bernie.
Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition, I think, extended beyond just him. And I would say the same for Bernie now. It's definitely truer now than it was maybe like in 2016 when Bernie first started off. But that's because Bernie is not... He's not the top of the ticket. Well, he's about to die soon, and he's trying desperately to find an heir. I mean, no, that's why he's running around with.
I'm not about to die. I'm still here. I
honestly, I think that's why he's trying so hard to find an heir to his political revolution campaign. And so, because of this, the moderates, New Democrats, and all those other people fear this broad left as much as they do the GOP. Yes.
Yeah, because there's a very kind of like weird dogma in America that the idea is like it's not one side or the other side. It's in the middle. That's where we got to be. That's why we don't want this. Crazy's over here. Crazy's over there. Yeah. It's just like they don't. It's like actually, if one side is you should eat your own feces, you know what I mean? The other side is going to be right about that. You know what I mean?
AOC has in the corruption caucus. I saw that she formed that, but I haven't looked into that at all. So I should look into that, see what that's all about. I have my own campaign for ending corruption as a part of my Great American Rebuild project. I'll share that with you guys someday. I never had faith in Kamala Harris ever actually getting elected. It was just the lesser evil. Trump just knew what causes to coddle it. He ran with it. He's a career grifter. He picked someone who isn't as educated as they could be and then told them what they wanted to hear and makes it sound really sweet to them, which I don't quite understand because nothing that dude said ever really made any sense, but I guess I'm not the target demo. Plenty of Latinos think they are good because they came here the right way and everyone else should go back. Easy to other people, even if they look like you and speak your language. I mean, I'm not a part of that community, so I can't really speak to that. Worry about immigrants, they say, while some white crackhead is stealing my catalytic converter and copper wires.
Crack is a hell of a drug.
It was funny to see hardcore white Christian nationalists also pushing some messed up ideologies on deportation. If Jesus came back and came to America, ICE would probably kill or arrest him and send him to the concentration camps or South America. Oh, for certain.
What's crazy is that like the Bible, the New Testament, like half of it, it seems like there are many, many passages about being nice to immigrants. That was really important to them. Yeah. They don't equivocate on that at all. It's extremely clear.
Yeah, there were a lot of nomadic tribes back in that era.
That was.
I wonder why they might want to be more
important to them that you were supposed to be good to immigrants.
Also, the biggest matter of immigration that no one seems willing to bring up and is why it will never be fixed is that immigration has not been a national policy since around the 50s or 60s. And if U.S. wants to deal with immigration, there needs to be a permanent cooperation with Mexico, Central America, and South America through the OAS And as a matter of fact, the deportations of the 90s under Clinton played a major role in the founding of today's violent gangs in Central America. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And a lot of that is just a byproduct of our wanting to dominate South and Central America through military coups and supporting junta.
Yeah.
All of that sort of
Well,
thing.
keeping those guys poor and shitty and on their knees, in empowering the absolute worst fucking people that would play ball with the CIA, created scenarios. We were trying to stop communism, created scenarios where a lot of these countries are borderline failed states.
Yeah.
And the people are fucking desperate.
And any opportunity that presents them, that they are presented with to lift themselves out of failed state status, to this day, we continue to like fucking meddle. And
yeah. And people like talk about how terrible it is in Cuba. It's like, dude, it's Cuba. We have done everything we can do to make those people as miserable as possible since the
everything we could do so far.
Yeah.
Now just wait until we invade them in the next couple of weeks or months or whatever the fuck that's gonna happen.
It's to the point now where we've just cut their power off.
Yeah.
We've cut their power off. It's like, yeah, eat shit, guys. Shouldn't be communist.
It's
How's
fucking
that sound?
insane. It is completely and totally insane. And yet no one ever posits the or has asked any of these people that ride for these policies, like, why, if socialism, communism is this bad, why do we have to interfere on this
why
level?
do we spend so much time putting our thumb on the
Why do
scale?
we
Wouldn't
spend
we
so
just
much-
let it fail?
Just let it fail. Just let
You
it
know?
fail naturally. Just let it fail naturally. Oh, it didn't fail naturally. And there's a who I don't remember who it was. Let me see if I could look it up. But shit, it wasn't. Was it Max Baucus?
Yeah, didn't the CIA basically like destroy the government on the behalf of Dole at one point in the 60s or the 50s? On the behalf of
Chiquita Banana.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Oh, I can't.
There was no American company that we wouldn't collapse the government of a South American nation to support.
I mean, I can't find the video, but there was a senator from the 90s who was talking about Cuba as a communist country being a threat to America because they are the threat of a good example. They don't want, I consider China. China is thousands of miles away and they have nukes. So we've never been able to really, not only were we never able to fully meddle with them the way that we would these other countries that are in our backyard, they don't have nukes, but we also normalized trade relations with them because of Nixon, and thus, like, we rely on them heavily for manufacturing. And yet, they look like they're doing pretty damn good nowadays, right? They don't want, like, capital interests in this country do not want something as successful as modern China 90 miles off the coast of Miami. Like, that is the threat of a good example in our hemisphere. That is a threat to the capital class that they don't want to see catch on in America. They don't want that shit because it affects their bottom line. It affects their, not only that, not just affect their bottom line, it affects their ability to influence our political process, because in China, the government controls capital flow rather than private companies which control capital flow here. And the government or private entities are incredibly limited in how they can influence, and the degree that they can influence their political operations. Whereas here, obviously, open bribery is just a thing that's par for the course here, which is why we're in the situation.
It's what's crazy though is what's crazy about now is that like open bribery has always been a thing. I guess it hasn't been as open. What's crazy now is it's almost like, yeah, we're bribing. That's what we do now.
Yeah.
That's fucking business, getting shit done. You guys just fucking whining. Why don't you go take it to committee, man? I fucking put some money on the table and got this shit done, because that's how we fucking roll. You're just like, holy shit, you guys are saying the quiet part loud these days.
Because, like, and again, a part of my Great American Rebuild project that I will share with you guys eventually, we do not have a Justice Department that is separate from the people that are committing these crimes, that are chiefly committing these crimes or benefiting from the crimes being committed. So with respects to like the bribery that's happening within the Trump administration, where they're just paying for pardons and just
Yeah.
openly going
$1,000,000 to
Yeah.
buy the pardon, dude.
yeah, like who's going to enforce anything? Who's going to do any investigation on that? Like anybody that's a foreign dignitary knows if you want to get on America's good side, go stay at a Trump hotel. Go join the executive club, which is like this weird sort of country club that Don Jr. opened and shit, where, oh, you want to be a member of the executive club? It's going to cost you $500,000 and then you'll get to, meet the president and all this sort of shit. Like just the most naked based, corrupt bribery campaigns that on the face of it should put all of these people in prison, but that's going to require like the FBI and doing investigations and all this sort of shit. And who controls that? Like who controls the Justice Department? It's never going to happen in this current iteration of this country. And there are people, that have fears that, okay, say, elections happen in 2028 and Democrats take control of the House, Senate, and presidency. Like, these motherfuckers all committed serious crimes. They committed some crimes.
Oh yeah, dude.
Like,
you could if you were so inclined, I guarantee you almost every person in the cabinet could be brought under charges of some kind.
Which means one of two things are going to happen. One, Trump just issues a blanket pardon for all of his cabinet members and shit.
That's exactly what it'll do.
Again,
I don't think presidents should be able to pardon people.
I think there should be extreme limitations on it.
I think having the ability to pardon makes sense, but what they should do is they should just make it a special session of the Supreme Court, and they just take a certain amount of people can petition just like they do, and the Supreme Court looks at it in one part, and they issue it. I
don't even want the Supreme Court involved at all. Here's what I think it should be. You cannot pardon someone that has not been tried and convicted of a crime. So no pre-pardons, no blanket pardons.
The problem is it's just too enticing for that level of power. It's they can't help it.
But you won't be. But like in this current instance, you would not be able to do a blanket pardon. Well, you would still have to go through the legal process of arrest that guy.
Yeah, but you're talking about preemptive pardons, which are a relatively new thing. I don't think it had been done before 2016.
But that's the problem. That is the big problem right now. If preemptive pardons weren't a thing, I guarantee you that a lot of the people in the Trump administration that are okay with doing nefarious shit would be a little bit less okay with it. Oh, he would get a little bit. He would get at least as much pushback as he got in 2016.
Hey, you're exactly right. I think they'd be a lot less prone if he couldn't pardon them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
But I don't want to get rid of pardons altogether because there is
I get it, especially with all the people that are currently sitting on death row and should be president for years and years because they, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
we're just railroaded in the fucking 1970s and 80s and 90s and 2000s and whatever.
Right.
But again, it has to be a committee. It's not, it shouldn't be on one man. It should be a committee that's cross partisan so that it could be reviewed and go under, you know what I mean?
I don't even trust that, honestly.
Well, I trust it way more than I trust one person. And B, it looks a lot better. You know what I mean?
I don't think so. Even if it's a cross partisan committee, it's still prone to the same bribery and corruption that every other bipartisan committee is prone to.
Yeah, but we're talking we're not, I mean, this is essentially if things go the way we're hoping they go and a bunch of changes are instituted in the government, this is not, you know what I mean? Yes, under the current completely dysfunctional government, you know what I mean, it would be really, really difficult to get, a committee that everyone could get behind, or the committee would be so fucking horribly diametric that they don't do shit. They basically put all the people in front of them, they make the hearings, and they go, no, we're not going to give any of you guys pardons because we can't agree. And if we can't agree, then we just default to them not getting pardons. You know what I mean? But ideally,
well, that also we see all those instances where people are on death row and whatnot, it turns the pardon into a political game, because anybody on that committee is going to.
I actually don't think we should have death row.
Well, I think that too.
And that would take the weighting, that would take the sort of Damocles off the table to some degree. Because the thing is that, you know, and that's a whole other thing. But
even if you're talking like life imprisonment for some dude that got popped for, you know, a weed conviction and was wrongly accused of murder, all that happens a lot too. Like, it doesn't have to be death row, but like if someone was serving a life sentence unjustly,
exactly.
Like,
but my point is
should
that,
be.
Like, you know, I think that like there would be a queue, and if they couldn't come to, you know, a term, honestly, I think there should probably be some kind of special committee that just does this. Maybe it's not Congress, maybe it's not the Supreme Court, maybe it's a series of people that just review that. And that way they'd be less prone to be partisan. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be a deal of politics. It would be, you know, the problem is in the current thing, it's like every president, even like ones that you're like, they weren't so bad. They've got a couple of like really rough pardons in there. You know what I mean? Where they're basically just dealing.
And you know what? Like, and this, like, we're talking about this in the context of Trump, who is just selling pardons, right? Like, and to like the worst fucking offenders, and just pardoning all the January 6ers who are going out into the streets and raping kids and shit. Like, yeah, it's obvious we need some kind of fucking guardrails on this thing. Prior to such an egregious monster getting his hands on something as powerful as a pardon, like, yeah, you've had, you know, Bill Clinton had pardoned his brother or whatever.
Oh, he pardoned way worse guys.
I know. In W2.
And fucking Obama.
And
Obama's got a couple of stinkers in there. You know what I mean? Dudes that did fucking crazy shit, you know? And it's always, the most egregious ones are always financial crimes that hurt people, you know what I mean, that are not rich. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
well, then maybe there could be a marriage of the two systems. Like, one, again, no pardon for anybody that hasn't been tried or convicted of a crime. 2, president can still pardon. 3, once the president names a pardon, that person goes before a committee, and then there's some level of adjudication. And maybe it needs to be like a Senate supermajority thing, where it's like, okay, this is like, you know, you need a supermajority of the committee to overrule the presidential pardon. So like, if he tries to pardon someone that, you know, did something super fucked up, then you're more likely to get a supermajority of that committee to say, no, we can't let this stand.
Totally.
So
that makes sense.
Okay. See, this is how it works, people. You have a spirited debate. You come to a conclusion, a decision that makes sense for all parties. Where did I leave off? Let me catch up on here on these chats. Fentanyl, the modern and quick and easy synthesis, was invented by George Eric Marcotte, a clandestine chemist from Wisconsin. Did most of his manufacturing in Oklahoma, I believe. I think I saw a video about that a while ago. They'll be based, dropping some holy haymakers. Bernie's going to live to the ripe old age of 120 and still be more coherent than 90% of Congress. I don't know, man. He's been moving lately like he knows he's about to clock out.
I heard you sing clock out.
Precisely, you want the target demographic so you can sympathize with lunacy spoken. Bay of Pigs Part 2 is coming too.
Looks like they're going to try. Yeah. You know, that's Marco's in game, dude. He's been wanting to do that shit since he was 9 years old.
And despite it all, Cuba still tries to help other countries. Yeah, they send their incredible doctors all over the world. I have no problem with Cuba. I think they're awesome. Guatemala is honestly depressing. They attempted basic social democratic policies, and the United Banana Company convinced Eisenhower that Arbenez was Lenin of Central America. How many banana companies are responsible?
I don't know, dude. They're the fucking worst.
I've never even heard of United Banana Company.
Well, the crazy thing is, it's like all this human misery designed to keep our produce prices. You know what I mean? Like, it's like if you buy bananas in like the UK, they're pretty expensive, but you buy them here, they're cheap. But it's like, I mean, I think if you went to the average American, it's like, okay, tell you what. You got two things here. A, bananas are going to be like, I don't know, 3 times as expensive as they currently are. But, in that instance, places like Guatemala are fairly decent countries with a certain degree of...
You say, look, Bananas are going to be about 2 or 3 times more expensive. But on the flip side of that, all those fucking immigrants ain't going to be coming to our country anymore.
That's how you sell it.
Because their country's going to be doing better, so they're not going to be as prompt. They're going to be no caravans.
This is exactly what they would do, though. They'd be like, why should I have to pay more for bananas? They're the ones coming to my country. I say we keep bananas the way we are, and we build a bigger wall and put some fucking robots up there with machine guns for arms.
And then we just choke them out.
Exactly.
Choke them out and wrestle them to the ground.
Yeah.
And be like, get them out of here. Get them out of here. Get them out of here.
Cut the camera. Cut
Cut that shit. Cut it. Let's see. The fight against communism has never really been about communism. It's mostly about money. Well, yeah, of course. Like, they wouldn't give a shit about communism if, like, and that's why they still don't really, I mean, they do business with China. They allow that. Like, a capitalist American company can release a product in China. They can do business with China. You could release a movie in China, and you have access to a huge market that can make you a shit ton of money. So they don't really give a shit.
What's weird too is that, like, you know, the problem is the American, your standard American understanding of communism is so hopelessly fucking propagandized. You know what I mean? That it's like, who even fucking knows what, you know? I mean,
well, even China isn't even a communist.
Exactly. That's my point. Is you can be rich in China. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know,
it's like a transition.
It's basically like a socialist country in a command economy with a super powerful central government. And you know,
John Foster Dole, Secretary of State under Eisenhower, worked as a lawyer for the United Fruit Company.
Lawyer.
And
I think you meant lawyer.
Lawyer. Okay, that makes sense. And a former CEO of the company was also Director of International Security Affairs in the State Department, while his brother, Secretary of Inter-American Affairs. The Eisenhower cabinet is an insane mix of business and partisan families coming together to formulate the most dogshit foreign policy doctrine since the Roosevelt corollary.
What's funny is that you can totally see them doing the math too. After World War II, they were like, okay, we fucking killed this shit. Now's the time to reorder the world. You know what I mean? It's like
well, yeah, because they had to ally with the fucking Soviets. And they didn't, and like, they don't want a world where the only standing powers left are them and communists.
Yeah.
Like, if America could have really had its way in World War II, probably would have sided with Nazi Germany. If it wasn't
over the Soviets,
because we were doing business. I mean, Henry Ford was, and we were doing a lot of business with Germany up until it became untenable to not do that anymore, because, you know, they were eviscerating our other business interests in that region, and then their allies.
Well, FDR, he didn't like the Germans.
Yeah,
he liked Stalin more than he liked Hitler.
Fun fact, Chiquita was arming and funding the UAC, a death squad, and U.S. designated terrorist group in Colombia in the late 90s, early 2000s. They literally used their own ships to smuggle weapons to them. Oh yeah, America's funding of, you know, death squads and juntas in South America is ongoing.
We're still dealing with the shit right now. The whole Iran thing. We're dealing with the blowback of our bullshit with MI6 and BP in Iran in the 60s when we installed the Shah. We're dealing with that right now.
And we're still doing that shit, like fucking
they've got
bombing
Shah's fucking kids on TV talking about, like, they really want the Shah to come back in Iran. It's like, oh, fuck off with that bullshit.
Reza Pahlavi, who seems like he's being forced at gunpoint to, like, feign interest in being Iran's provisional leader.
He's like, dude, I don't want to be Iran's leader. I live in America, dude. You know what I mean? It's like
I've lived a charmed life as an exiled prince. I don't want to go.
I go to Ruth Chris's steakhouse 3 times a fucking week. They don't have that shit in Iran. I'm not going to Iran.
I've never been to Ruth Chris.
It's fucking good, dude.
Okay, I guess I got to go to a Ruth Chris. First preemptive pardon is worse than 2016. It was first used to pardon Nixon by Gerald Ford.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that would count. That was the preemptive pardon.
That was the preemptive pardon. Fair enough. That was a preemptive pardon.
I mean, it wasn't. Everyone knew what he had done and what was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But it's like the Trump thing is like, you guys don't even know, and we're not even. I'm gonna pardon them, so we don't even. You don't even look. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, exactly.
It's
and
like,
it happened after Nixon resigned. He was forced to
Yeah.
resign.
I mean,
so-
it was a fait accompli at that point.
yeah.
But this shit is just like, yeah, don't even try.
This is like if
It's force
you-
field.
if you
It's
can't-
like you're playing guns
a
as
little
kids,
bit like
and it's
that.
like force field.
a little bit
It's
like that. Or like if you come home early from work and your spouse is locked in their room and like you hear some
It's
noises.
a time to learn.
You hear some bed creaking and some moaning, and then as you're walking upstairs to see what's going on in that room, your spouse is like yelling, "It's not what this looks like!" like it didn't happen. It's not real.
She's like, force field.
Force field.
I can't get in there. She called
Yeah,
force field.
exactly.
I can't go in. I can only go up to the 10th step.
You're like
That's where the force field is.
shouting all of your excuses before you even get caught.
It's basically like, these aren't the droids you're looking for.
Yeah.
We can go about our business. Move along.
Build a wall to keep the bananas out. I'm here. I'm lurking. I did a big review of my first 3 lessons on world clues. My house manager is going to quiz me on them tomorrow afternoon. Awesome. Well, good luck with that, Wisp. I think Americans just really want socialized medicine and education. They have trouble seeing it past their racism. I mean, racism is a way that has been weaponized to...
Classically, yes.
Yeah.
What's funny, too, is that, like,
Yeah, Walt Disney as well. I just wonder what they'll use as a distraction next. They've tossed, like, everything out. War, invade this, invade that. Aliens are real now. I think that they've kind of reached a point where they don't really care. I don't know if they're really trying super hard to like distract anymore, because the war is going on still and there doesn't really seem to be any immediate repercussions or blowback from it just yet. Trump has proven that he can still exert his authority over the Republican Party. A lot of his critics lost their primary race to MAGA, primary challengers, including Thomas Massey. So he doesn't probably feel like he needs to change or prove. He probably doesn't feel like he needs to prove the validity of anything that he's doing. He stopped talking about we don't hear anything about tariffs anymore, because it's a second order issue to war.
That Jubilee with what's his face in there,
Dave Rubin, the
that
dumbest
kid
motherfucker.
just
Imagine
cooks the shit out of that guy.
I mean, everybody does.
Great, dude. Yeah, I mean,
my point is, I don't think that there's any need for distraction, because distraction kind of insinuates that there's some kind of cop on the beat that's just seconds away from busting him, and he just needs to distract that cop so he can continue to steal. But there's no cop on the beat. Yeah. They could do whatever they want.
I actually think
now.
what they're kind of thinking now is if they can just, there's like, well, we'll do what we can in the midterms, and hopefully it's not as bad as it could be. Because I think that the courts have been giving them some victories here and there with their gerrymandering bullshit, and I think they're trying to stop the bleeding there. And then anything they don't win in the midterms, they'll fucking they'll contest and they'll lose their shit about, and they'll try to muddy the waters as much as possible.
Yeah,
and just try and draw out the confusion.
Well, I guess maybe that's the next distraction.
Like,
I think is election denialism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a distraction as much as that's like. That's their mechanism, and that's it's not a distraction. It's like their last thing to try and keep Democrats from. I mean, they're hoping, I think, that they'll actually squeak out the Senate, and it won't even really matter because the House can do whatever the fuck they want, but the Senate will just be like, eat a dick.
Although honestly, even if the Democrats do win the Senate, it'd be like a 51-49 Senate, and there's going to be a couple of Democrats that are always going to spoil it. Fetterman. For one of them is Fetterman, who may even, I guess, toying with the idea of switching parties. I don't know about that, but the Democratic Party has too many problems it needs to figure out immediately. Not even I mean, it has the party that has like a 20% approval rating from its own base.
Well, that's
It's
the
being
problem.
led by Ken Martin at the DNC.
And what's so crazy?
Everybody fucking hates
And
that
this
guy.
actually, yeah, that guy does suck. This goes back to what you were originally saying, but I actually have been kind of surprised at the like pipeline between right-wing MAGA nut and borderline leftist. It's been
I'm not surprised by that
been
at all.
surprisingly, it's like you only really have to pull a couple of strings in their brain, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, you know what? Trans people aren't so bad, and
Yeah.
what the fuck is going on? We should have healthcare. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
like, you know, it's like,
Have you seen that? It's a podcast, like I think it's called like the hard conversations or the necessary conversations, something like that.
I haven't watched it.
Yeah, it's like the two kids and their MAGA parents or whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like the funny thing is like those kids brought Hassan onto one of their episodes, and Hassan was talking to the MAGA parents.
Yeah.
And by the end of the stream, they fucking loved him.
Yeah.
And Hassan had like a hat, a MAGA, like a cowboy MAGA hat. That he sent it to the dad. The dad loves it. They're both like on board with him now. They're defending him and all this shit. Like, there is a very, very, very thin line between being, I guess, a populist leftist and a populist MAGA person. And the wall that divides that line is basically, for lack of a better word or better expression, class consciousness. Like, because it's all populism that gets these people into agreeing with things like, we should have health care. Like, yeah, and remember in 2016, Trump promised people on the campaign trail that he was going to give everyone health care. Yeah. You know, I mean, he had no real plan beyond.
I guess, like, I didn't even listen to that because I knew he was lying.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Certain people maybe thought he was going to.
And certain people did think he was going to. You know, but, like, the fervor of the moment, and it has been this way for the past decade, is populism. And populism can mean a lot of different things. It can be good, it can be fucking horrible. And we are living through the fucking horrible aspects of it. But by the nature of how our institutions have been established, and also by, I guess, in certain aspects, the stringent, rebellious nature of Americans in general, like, we've managed to kind of taper down some of the worst aspects of right-wing populism. I mean, we still have Nazis barnstorming through the streets, killing people and sending people off to a fucking concentration camp, but there is enough resistance, enough fighting back against it, that some pullback on that has happened. There has been at least a firing, you know, of Kristi Noem for whatever that was worth to you. Like, there's some, I mean, it represents a recognition from the administration that shit's gone bad, where he used to be, where his polling on immigration used to be his strong suit. Now he's underwater on that, to the degree that he cares about that. He's not running for re-election anymore, and he still seems to have control over the MAGA base. So
supposedly the only thing he really gives a shit about is that fucking ballroom. Supposedly, like, if you look at all this,
and people don't like that shit. It's so weird. I don't understand. Like, the ballroom is such a strong point of contention that I do not get. I don't understand. Can you explain to me why people are so fucking livid about the ballroom?
Because it's just like it's just
something that sucks.
Yeah, it's just stupid.
It just sucks. That's all.
Like, it's like one of these things. It's like the White House has been there for a long time. That side of the White House has been there since the 50s. You know what I mean? And it's like, do we really? We've been doing fine without a fucking ballroom. We don't. You know, what are we doing now? We're knocking down the fucking. People just don't like that shit. It's like, what now? What are you doing now? You know, it's like it bums people out. I don't. There's no need for it.
No, of course
it's
not.
just stupid.
It is stupid.
You know?
It's a vanity project.
It's expensive, and he lied about it. You know what I mean? He said, "Oh, this is privately funded." Now he's asking for a fucking $1 billion.
Well, because he's out there talking about how they're building 6 stories deep, and a bunker's down there, a hospital's down there, and all this other stuff's going to be down there.
Okay, well, fucking use it. That all sounds like it's a secret. Like, it should be a secret.
Yes,
you know
it should. But, you know,
fucking go to the military and fucking figure that shit out. You know what I mean? And just use the money, the build thing on the top. We shouldn't know that there's a bunker down there. You know, I mean, that's the. It's not like when they built that bunker under Washington in the fucking 50s. They told everybody about it. They told everybody about it for the first time like 10 years ago. and it's been closed since the 70s. You know, they're like, okay, we can tell you guys about this now. But like, I mean, the whole thing is just dumb. You know, that's the problem. So much of it is just so fucking dumb. And and it's amazing that that many people that are that dumb got that powerful. That's what's so, excuse me, that's what's so mind blowing. You know, I think that like growing up, you think that like, well, you know, you got to be, you know, you got to have something screwed on straight to ascend to that level of power in, you know, in American government. And then like the older you get, you're like, actually, holy shit, no, these guys are like the dumbest motherfuckers ever. You know, I mean, like Trump is borderline. His IQ must be like 80. He's like a walking Dunning-Kruger effect. Because it's like he's constantly talking, I'm very smart, okay? It's like only dumb people say that shit. You know what I mean? No smart person goes around talking about how smart they are at the time.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You know, he's a legendarily stupid person.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's ridiculous.
he's a mob boss. That was how he came
I don't
up.
think mob bosses are that dumb. He's too dumb to be he's like the guy in the mob that gets killed because he can't keep his fucking mouth shut, like in the first act of the movie. You know what I mean?
Trump has been pretty good about keeping his mouth shut up until I think maybe his Alzheimer's kicks in. So I think that's probably what's being wrestled with there now. But up until that point, he's always operated like a mob boss. Like, I think that's why real estate is like the one thing that he thinks he's the best at, you know, building towers and putting his name on it or whatever. You know, everything that he's done has just been money laundering. Like, that's all of his real estate business has really been used for, is just money laundering operations. And I think that if you have that kind of mentality, like a mob boss mentality, you surround yourself with stupid fucking loyalists. Because you can easily push them around and compromise people. Like, there's a reason why why Trump vouched for or endorsed Ken Paxton. Like,
that shit is
one of
just wild.
One of those compromised motherfuckers imaginable.
That was like an easy decision to make, and he just completely made the wrong one. And what's crazy is this is basically him being like, yeah, I'm invincible. The rules of the world don't apply to anyone. I guess we'll find out if that's true. You know, if Hillary doesn't blow it.
Democrats, they always have a chance to blow a sure thing.
Yeah, no one snatched defeat from the jaws of victory more.
I mean, they have a 20% approval rating with their base. They have no real message nationally. You've got a lot of great candidates that are winning great races. You know, whether it's Adam Hamawi in New Jersey or Analia Mejia, or however you pronounce her last name. I guess also in New Jersey. You got, I mean, candidates all over the place.
Al-Fadid in Michigan or whatever.
He's running a great campaign. You've got the New York Democrats, the DSA ones that are running great campaigns. And I mean, they're in Colorado. Milat Kuras, she's running a great campaign and inspiring a lot of people. You get a lot of these sorts of insurgent candidates that are basically only insurgent because they're saying things like, yeah, we need to tax the rich and do healthcare.
And quit giving billions of dollars to Israel.
And stop giving. And that's the real thing. Like, that's the real point of contention, that all of that is causing this mass friction in the party.
It's certainly
it's basically just fucking, use of, like, Graham Plattner is fiercely anti-Israel.
Yeah, he is.
And that's the problem. If that was removed from his fucking core brand proposition, Democrats would fucking love that guy. Oh, he's a fucking Marine? He's a Marine with a burly voice and a crazy mustache, and he's like, I believe that Susan Collins must be defeated, and when I serve my tours and all that sort of shit. It's like, yeah, this is what Democrats always kind of try to run, whether it's Amy McGrath or fucking whatever other veteran that they pull out of somewhere, and they try to run those kinds of campaigns. But, you know, he comes from a more populist left origin. Or at least that's the policies that he's bringing to the table. So he talks about the more class conscious sort of going after billionaires, raising taxes on the wealthy, and redistributing wealth throughout society, and building a society that's more geared away from serving capital interest and building local community networks and all that sort of stuff. Respect to healthcare or transit or population dense housing and more walkable cities and stuff like that. They don't want that shit. The Democratic Party, the people that run it, don't want that shit. And they certainly don't want it from someone that's like, oh, and we need to cut off funding to Israel and get out of the Iran war and retailer our foreign policy away from imperialism. Like, that's a no-go for those motherfuckers. So yeah, of course there's going to be this pointless war between these two sides at a point in time when this should be the easiest fucking layup in the world. This should be a layup. And you have the DNC that only has like $14 million to its name compared to the Republicans that have like the RNC has like 140 million or whatever.
Well, did you see that
like,
interview with the guy, the main DNC
guy? Ken Martin on Pod Save
Oh
America.
my God, man.
The most insufferable fucking interview I've seen in ages.
Yeah.
In ages.
It's like that guy just had him nailed to a cross, and the guy was just like, well, it was wild shit. And he was just like the dude. Was it what's the main guy? The guy that was doing the interview at Pod. It wasn't the blonde haired guy. It was the other guy.
Is it Favreau?
Yeah,
John Favreau.
Yeah. And he was just like, he was just dumbfounded. It was like, he's like, holy shit, I can't believe you're saying this shit. And he was like, okay, so what?
He was
now?
Dumbfounded, but you could tell he was mad.
Yeah.
You could tell he was fucking
just
mad.
like, what the fuck? This is the best you guys can do. You know what I mean? It was wild shit, man. I listened to that. And I was like, I can't believe this is happening. It's about the lessons. We're learning the lessons. It's just wild.
And then
it was like something out of the Colbert Report.
And then when he releases the report, it's like, okay, it's not like the reason why I didn't want to release it is because it's a dog shit report that I didn't pay for.
Yeah,
he said he got it for free.
Yeah, exactly, but you know he didn't.
I mean, well, they outed the dude who did the report, and there's clear evidence that it was just AI generated, and it didn't really offer anything in terms of like, okay, this is what went wrong here, It was had like the weirdest, most vague, like, she didn't go strong enough against trans people or some stupid shit like that. And it's like, what lessons? You were on that podcast talking about we have to learn the lessons. The only lessons learned here is don't get a free report from your dumb fucking friend who uses Chat GPT. Yeah. Like, that's the only lesson from what you can get out of that. And now you're telling me that we don't even have the money? Like, what you're seeing, like the Graham Plattner thing today with like in being a bad boyfriend or whatever, which I didn't think I'd have to dust off the Ansari Weinstein scale in 2026. But I guess I gotta, like, that old remnant from the 2016 era, I gotta pull that out the closet and dust it off, and like, we gotta go with the Ansari Weinstein scale here, where on the one on that scale, Aziz Ansari, shitty date. Okay. The 10 on that scale, Harvey Weinstein, a fucking convicted, although I guess, what, did he have his conviction overturned or something?
Maybe one of them, but he has multiple.
He's
in two different states.
Okay, convicted rapist nonetheless, right? So when you hear these fucking scandals, you have to figure out where on that scale it actually fucking falls. And that Plattner shit was a total 1. He's Aziz Ansari, only with more of an excuse because he's a fucking PTSD-addled war veteran.
That's what he should have said. Like,
well, he did say that.
Yeah, but I was watching, I guess, listening to the Pivot podcast, and they were talking about it, and I guess he had said that it was gossip, and that, you know, he's like, this is just gossip, and it's not, we shouldn't be reporting that. He shouldn't have said that. It's not gossip.
I mean, it is gossip. It is definitionally gossip.
Well, I mean, you know, it's his wife.
Oh, I heard that he was abusive.
Well, like, no, I mean, it's
just like, that.
It's his fucking wife told their campaign person, you know, fucking opposite. They were doing oppositional research on him to try to get ahead of anything that would come up in the election. And they asked her, "Is there anything?" Well, and his wife was like, "Okay, there's this."
Right.
So, you know, and then she went and took that and fucking released it. You know what I mean? Because they, you know, I guess they had a falling out over the Nazi tattoo or some bullshit, and she left the campaign and doesn't want him to fucking win.
Whatever the case may be.
I hope that chick never gets a job ever again, because that even if you don't like Graham Plattner, and there are a lot of like people like major leftist people that don't like it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But you can't be doing that shit. That like, he's the fucking nominee. That primary, I mean, is over. Now they got what's Janet Mills saying, well, I didn't actually jump out of the race. I just suspended my campaign.
Yeah, I'm just not going to do anything. She's like literally like a barca lounger with like a Coors, like, hey, I didn't say I quit.
If Ladner's gonna self-immolate, I will step right back into that shit. You know
Seriously.
what I mean? And you know, to me, I just can't believe the Democrats would even do that. Like, okay, you know, just be like, or just come out and say, yeah, that happened. If I were Plattner, I'd say, yeah, I did that shit. I would pull a Louis C.K. You know, I would go 2 on the end. Sorry, you know what I'm saying? I would be like, yeah,
Go 2.
I would do that. I did that shit. You know, I was, you know, we just got married. Things were weird, and I didn't cheat with any of these chicks, but I definitely did it, and it, you know, it was weird. My wife and I worked it out, and we're, you know, we're moving on. It's, you know, and that would be it.
And that's all it should ever be.
You know what I mean?
If it should be a thing at all, that is the extent of what it should be.
It's like this really has nothing to do with anything as far as me.
But
being
we're talking about
senator.
this in the context of, on the flip side, the Republican Party are fucking the grand old pedophiles. They're fucking blocking Epstein
the idea
shit.
the fucking president. The president is on the record raw dogging a porn star while his wife is still in the hospital for having their fucking kid, and then paying her off.
Paying the porn star
the
hush
idea
money,
that we would be discussing
cheating on all of his wives.
We'd be discussing sex in this context is
fucking
crazy.
Text messages.
You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Not to say anything of all of the other fucking.
But now they got three women have come up and said that Plattner was, you know, on dates before he got married, that he had problematic behavior.
Yeah.
They're going all they're someone is really trying to take him down. You know what I mean? And what's crazy is I don't think it's just Republicans. I think I think that there is a major,
coalition
of both. And it's like, we got to do everything we can do. We will let Republicans keep the Senate before we will have Graham Plattner as a fucking senator.
Which is
what I mean?
Outlandish.
It is fucking crazy.
Outlandish.
And that's the kind of shit that makes me want to just move. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, it's like that scene in Braveheart where he fucking captures, you know, the guy and pulls his helmet off, and it's Robert the Bruce, and he's like, fuck me. And he just like sits down. He's just like, fuck this. You know what I mean? What am I even doing here? The guy, one of our main like hopeful guys is out here. What are we fucking even doing? We're all dying out here. Fuck this. I'm done. You know?
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy shit.
And there are great candidates. Saeed's dope. I like Abdullah Saeed. He's dope.
Supposedly, like he's done some great quick question answering.
Oh yeah.
Recently.
Yeah, I mean, he's super sharp. He's on top of it. He's super smart. Like, the scandals that they try to level on him is that he's not a real doctor, or he's not a practicing physician or whatever, even though he never claimed to be a practicing physician. He's got a doctor. He was an immunologist.
They fucking get so petty. It's like the fucking with Jill Biden. It's like, well, she's not even a real doctor. It's like, she got her doctorate, fuckface. Who, you know, really? She's not even she's running. She's the first lady. Who cares? You know what I mean? It's just wild shit. You know, that's that kind of shit is just like, it's crazy.
Like, there is and I guess that's why I have such frustration, is because there is a real opportunity to like really turn things over, and in a better world, in a more just society, we wouldn't be talking about Democrats like this. Like, it wouldn't be about how they're trying to tank Graham Plattner and Abdul Al-Said and fucking Adam Homawi in New Jersey. This is a guy who was a first responder on 9/11 as a doctor, right? Ground zero, saving lives. He saved Tammy Duckworth's life, sitting senator who lost her legs in Iraq. I think she lost her legs in Iraq. He saved her life. He was the one that saved her life there. Like, he is as Boy Scout as you can get for like a brilliant doctor. He was in Gaza during the height of the genocide campaign, you know, patching together children.
Yeah.
They're out there. The New York Times is putting out fucking columns calling him like a terrorist sympathizer. It's fucking insane. It's absolutely insane. Like,
you gotta say, man, AIPAC is super powerful. That shit goes deep.
It doesn't make any sense to me how it got that deep, but yeah,
it's never.
deep.
It's never made all that much sense to me. Like, we had this conversation like a year ago where I was like, what do they have? What do they got on us? Like, what does Israel have that we're willing to do, like, to bend this far over backwards for these guys?
Just
You know
war
what I mean?
in Iran endlessly. Like,
I mean-
and the idea, and it's so
And
fucking frustrating
they're
to be.
still bombing
like-
Lebanon. We have they're supposed to have a fucking peace deal, and they're like, yeah, we're not doing that.
Every other week or so, oh, we're close to a negotiation with Iran. We're so close. We're gonna have a peace deal with Iran. We're gonna have a ceasefire. Oh, we're so close. Oh, the Iranians have agreed to it. The Lebanese have agreed to it. Americans agree. Oh, the peace deal. It's finally happening. It's finally happening. And then it falls apart. And nobody in the media ever discusses the fact that so long as Israel does not agree, there will be no peace deal.
Yeah.
They have a permanent veto over all of this shit. And there's no punishment for them. Like, Iran can agree to a peace deal. America can too. And Lebanon can be a part of it as well. But Israel's just gonna bomb Iran or
Why
bomb
don't we just
Lebanon.
fucking give Iran a nuke. Just let them have a nuke. Who gives a shit?
Hey, you know
fucking
what?
North Korea has a nuke.
And
Let's
they've been fucking fine ever since.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is that, like,
It hasn't been a problem for us.
exactly, everybody knows if you've got a nuke, you know what I mean, and you use it, that's pretty much that's it for you. You know what I mean? If you use a nuke on somebody, you know what I mean, unless you're America, I guess. You know what I mean? You're pretty much going to be living in the Stone Age, you know, and that's why you don't use it. You know,
I know that we've been referencing Hassan a lot, but I mean this is a pretty relevant to the conversation here. You have the Hassanabi Doctrine, Guide for Nation Building. Rule 1: get nukes. Rule 2: do not give up your nukes. Rule 3: if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately and find some nukes. Like, I need to find nukes fast.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if Iran had nukes, none of this shit
wouldn't
would
be a
have
problem.
Yeah, you know, and the idea that they're any crazier than North Korea is fucking ridiculous.
Or the idea that, if they had nukes, they would have bombed Israel already.
Yeah.
It's like,
Israel's got nukes.
Pakistan and India hate each
Yeah.
other as much as any two countries can hate each
Exactly.
other, and they both have nukes.
And they don't, and neither one of them have an existential amount of nukes, right? They could actually have like a fucking exchange, and it wouldn't be like the end of the world as we know it. It would
Right.
suck, but but like, like if China wanted to fucking nuke Israel or whatever, like or England, that would be a big fucking problem. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And the thing is that like the idea that the nukes would get used in between India and Pakistan is a lot more believable than it's a lot more it's because again, you could see a scenario where that might actually happen.
Yeah.
But it's like it hasn't happened. And I understand the idea of like it can't happen. It can't happen ever. It's like, but I mean, I guess at the end of the day, how many people have died in fucking Iran? You know what I mean? Let's say, I mean, we know maybe let's just say fucking 5,000 maybe. I don't know. What do you think? 5,000?
I would say 5,000. I guess maybe.
You know what I mean?
It's ChatGPT. It's grok.
Yeah. Because I mean, nukes would kill a lot more than that. Yeah, exactly. Supposedly Iran wasn't even all that interested in making in nukes.
Rough estimate is 3,500.
All right, so I was bullish.
But I don't know. I don't know where these. Like, it's just a part of the problem with this particular administration is like
Or any
they want us to believe that only 13 service people died in all of this.
Yeah.
After Iran has been, they basically wiped all of our military bases off of the map in that region. It's
That's crazy to think about. That like it's like one of those Big Brother things where, or one of those Nazi things where it's like, I remember when we invaded Iraq the second time, and they had like propaganda on like these on TV where Saddam was saying like it's going great, we've beat them here and there, and it's like, dude,
that's where that whole Baghdad Bob thing.
Yeah,
came
he's
from.
like, use your swords, they're coming, and this kind of shit, and you're just like, now we're essentially doing the same shit. They say truth is the first casualty of war, but it's kind of like our independent media was supposed to You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're supposed to be the bulwark against this kind of bullshit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but they're the same ones that aren't admitting to the population that the reason why these deals keep failing is because of Israel.
Yeah.
They will never bring that up. They'll just be like, ooh, they were so close, and I guess it just fell apart. I guess we're going back to the table, back to the drawing board. And it's like the drawing board is designed to fail, and it will continue to fail if you don't explicitly tell people the reason for the failure. Like, what are we doing here? We're just gonna go in the same loop over and over of, oh, we're gonna have a deal, the deal falls through. We're gonna have a deal, the deal falls through. And there's a reason the deal is falling through. We need to talk about it. We need to have a real conversation about what is actually happening here.
Yeah. I mean, supposedly Trump and Bibi got into it.
Yeah, I don't believe that at all. They said that
really?
about Joe Biden. They were like, oh, Joe Biden's really bad at Netanyahu. And he fucking gave Netanyahu everything he ever wanted.
Yeah.
Just
I don't
coasted
think
that.
Biden liked Netanyahu, but yeah, they did everything he wanted him to do.
Yeah, and this is just a continuation of that. I have no reason to believe at all that Trump is just really mad. If he's mad at him, okay, well then just end funding. You can do that as the president. Just be like, I'm not going to give you any money then.
Did you see the interview where Netanyahu was like, we want to completely come off of American funding?
Yeah, and then he turns around and tells Congress to like tie the American military directly to Israel's. Like they voted on that today to just interweave our militaries together. Like, so that basically they don't need to, because like what that would do is it would eliminate the need for voting on funding Israel, like any resolution to give Israel money for this or that or this. Like they won't need to do that anymore because Israel would just be a part of the American military
Israel
apparatus.
needs to be on its own. We basically need to say, listen,
Yeah.
guys, you guys stole nukes from us, and the way they did that shit was really fucked up. They like built a whole false wall, had their labs behind it and shit. It was fucking wild. And we basically just need to be like, yeah, you guys are on your own, man. We are not involved in this anymore. We're gonna treat all comers in the Middle East on a level playing field. You know what I mean? We're not gonna be in your shit. You want to, because it's like
they can't do these colonial expansion campaigns in Gaza and the West Bank and southern Lebanon without us, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, in my opinion, like that should be like Israel should be cut loose, and we should also say Palestine is now a state. This is it, and if you guys are in here, you guys need to leave because this is theirs now. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a whole other fucking hornet's nest there. Like there's 700,000 people in the West Bank, and we see in America what mass deportation looks like. So,
well, there's 700,000 Jews in the West Bank.
Yes.
Oh well.
So like.
They marched.
That's why I think like it just I think it should be a one-state solution, and it should be a state where everybody has equal rights. It should just be like, okay, well, these borders, okay, it's now all one country, and Palestinians are citizens of that country with all the same rights and privileges that everybody else has.
I mean, I understand the logic behind that, but boy, I can't imagine that would be all that great for the Palestinians. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
so much of the
I kind of think about it sort of the same way that you would think about like post abolition of slavery, because a lot of the same fears that the white Confederates had for freeing slaves are similar to the same fears that the Israelis have with the idea of Palestinians having equal rights, which is, oh, but, they're going to kill us all, et cetera, et cetera. And we could tell from history, not just in the American South, but in other places where liberations occurred, where that just doesn't bear out. I can't think of a single instance.
No, I don't think that the Palestinians would try to kill the Jews. I think that the Jews would fucking make life so miserable for the fucking Palestinians. You know what I mean?
But this is the problem. This is the reason why the genocide campaign is even happening to begin with. They will always, like the Israeli Zionists that control that country, will always state their demographic concerns. They call it demographic concerns about having Palestinians share territory with Israelis. And what that basically means is there are more Arab Muslims. There are more Arabs than there are Jews there in that region. And if we had a state where everybody had equal rights, then hypothetically, you would have more control over that territory from the Arabs, whether they're Arab Muslims, Arab Jews, or whatever. You would have more control of that area from the Arabs, and then this project, this colonial project of a Jewish ethno state, comes to an end. And then what is it all for? In their view, what is it all for? This was supposed to be a land where there is basically governed by Jewish supremacy. We come down to this area, we mark off our territory, we eventually expand into what Greater Israel is supposed to be. And the demographics of this area is such that the Jewish demographic is always the superior demographic. They can't do that naturally right now, which is why it is an apartheid state. Like, it is the apartheid that keeps their majoritarian rule. And you can only enforce an apartheid like that with extreme levels of force and violence. And expanding that outward is also extreme levels of force and violence, because you're doing ethnic cleansing and genocide campaigns to make sure that the new territory that you capture adheres to the demographic concerns that you have for the population that you don't want, in your mind, in your worldview, ethnically dominating you. So this is a fundamental flaw of, and that will inevitably end in, their failure, with this idea that they're going to create this giant ethno state that is, I guess, Jewish supremacist in its nature, because they will always, even if they expand into Lebanon, there's a lot of Muslims in Lebanon, and now they will have demographic concerns up there too. So then they'd have to expand their apartheid, expand their ethnic cleansing campaign whenever they try to expand into other territory. It's just not conducive to
but I mean, what if you
any
just
kind of
said, like,
stable.
don't do that. You can't do that.
We can say that by just not giving them money.
Yeah, I'm saying that, like, we and maybe the United Nations can say that. Like, NATO can be like, yeah, this is what you got. If you leave out of here, that's going to be a problem.
And the rising recognition of that in America is why you see such an insane level of hostility and activity from the Israel lobby. It's why they're getting involved in all of these campaigns. It's why they targeted Thomas Massey to the degree that they did. They put out an AI video of him, like, insinuating that he had a threesome with AOC and Ilhan Omar. Like, just fucking insane shit.
That is insane, but I was kind of like, I'm kind of surprised that was like a bummer for some people.
For some
people.
You were like, yeah.
Damn, dude. I didn't know Thomas Massey had that much fucking game, dude. I was like, yeah. It's like, you think he'll be like, holy shit, dude. He's having a threesome with the. I didn't know he was that hip.
Well,
but
I guess it depends on their target audience.
I guess so, yeah. It's all in the eye of the beholder. In the words of Obi-Wan Kenobi, it depends on your point of view, I guess. But
Iran has been close to having nukes for nukes next week for the past 30 years.
Yeah.
I also think we should just give it to them anyways.
I don't think they want one. I think if they really wanted one, they're probably gonna have it. They could have bought it from somebody.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
sure.
The same guy that gave it to Pakistan would have given it to them.
Perhaps the Baba Yahoo has inspired them to build. We had a deal. Obama did.
Yeah, the JCPOA. It was fine. It made sense. They should have stuck with that.
Like, as much as, like, I have issues with some of what Obama did in his presidency, like,
that was one of the good things that he did.
The two things that he did that I have zero issues with and thought were awesome, legitimately awesome. One, JCPOA. Two, normalizing relations with Cuba.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing now, I have to imagine, is, like, in the mind of someone like Donald Trump, and this is probably how it was sold to him, because he is like a fucking 12 IQ Neanderthal. This is just undoing Obama's legacy.
Yeah.
This is just, hey, Obama did this thing. Why don't you take a shit all over it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna cut off Cuba from oil and starve them, and then we're gonna invade them. Oh yeah, we're gonna bomb Iran.
This Iran thing has gotten so bad though that it's just like that they should be significantly concerned about this stuff. If they're not, they're fucking not paying attention.
we keep like hearing these reports about like, oh, it hasn't even gotten bad yet for America. It hasn't even gotten bad
Oh
yet.
yeah,
Just
yeah,
wait
yeah,
until
yeah.
I guess they're saying that.
They've been saying that a little while. I'm I don't know if there's a way that they're keeping this shit from happening. Like they're keeping things from getting bad from us. But they said the same things about the tariffs, and yeah, there was some stuff with the tariffs, but it wasn't anything like what some of the people said was possibly going to happen. You know
Well,
what I
I
mean?
think
And they
because
did
like
roll it back.
they rolled
Yeah,
back
yeah.
back here and there with the tariffs. And there's still some bad shit that's happening, like especially with respects to like beef prices.
Farmers and shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
beef prices are fucking nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like make no mistake, like the tariff stuff did have a massive impact and continue. Automotive industry's also been hit with that, and will definitely take more of a hit,
But
hammering.
people
when,
were talking about like a lot of crazy shit that so far hasn't come to pass.
Yeah, yeah, and
You
I
know
think
what I
that's
mean?
because there's been a lot of peel back. Like I do think that there was some response to that, but I mean I don't know what it's going to look like with because they're also Iran's also talking about shutting down their other strait that they control. I forget the name of that one. It's like starts with a B. But
Honestly, if we had just like spent a little bit more time trying to get everybody off of oil, this wouldn't be that big a fucking deal. You know
Strait
what I
of
mean?
Bab al Manab.
Bob and Manob.
Yeah, China. I
Yeah.
watched a video the
I
other
watched
day.
the same video. Yeah, they're basically
Yeah.
like got huge deserts full of fucking solar panels and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I will say that's the thing about China as it's a command economy where the government controls. Is they can be like, we're gonna do this now,
Yep.
and they do it.
And
You
they
know
do
what I
it,
mean?
and they
It's
get it
like,
done.
yeah, it's like
They don't have to worry about public-private partnerships.
Yeah,
Like,
you don't have to worry about what the fucking CEO of Monsanto thinks about it or whatever.
or some fucking NIMBYs in some neighborhood that doesn't want a train line coming near their community or whatever. It's like fuck that. We're building this shit. We're building it. That's a part of my Great American Rebuild project too, where I talk about building high-speed rail in this country.
Yeah, there's a really good. You ever watch that video, Climate Town?
I think so. Yeah.
He's a good guy. He has a whole new thing about trains. He's talking about trains in America, and he talks about Amtrak. He has the whole history of it and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it's a America actually has more train tracks than any other nation in the world.
Yeah. It's just all freight.
It's just it's all freight, and
it's all old freight, which is why it keeps derailing.
It's
Like
all old
we have
freight.
we have a train that derails in
But-
Austin now pretty regularly.
But they that like there's all kinds of rules that the freight is supposed to give priority to passenger trains.
No, it's the opposite. Passenger trains give priority to freight.
It's actually there's rules that like in certain corridors, like not in all corridors, in
okay.
certain
In certain
corridors,
corridors.
Amtrak is supposed to have priority, and they just don't do it.
Yeah.
They're just like, fuck off, we're not doing that. And they're like, there's a law. It's like, yeah, I guess take us to court. Fuck you. They don't give a shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. A one state solution I've heard some talk about that as a.
I mean,
thing.
that's going to require a dramatic
that
re-envisioning
that might be really tough.
Israeli social.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're getting there anytime soon.
Probably
I think
not.
it might be easier to just call it a two-state solution
The
and
problem with
move the settlers out of there.
Yeah, the problem with the two-state solution though is that Lebanon is a separate state. That's not stopping them from fucking genociding them too.
Well, yeah, but the thing
Like-
is they don't. I'm saying that in this new scenario, we would create some kind of demilitarized zone. You know what I mean, like the Klingon neutral zone, and if they,
or just give Palestine nukes.
if they cross it, it's they got a fucking problem. We'd be like, hey,
Yeah.
we're not giving you any that shit's done. We're not giving you any money, and we're not giving you any bombs. And hey, if you cross this fucking line with any tanks, you're gonna have a big problem. Likewise, we've got monitors and shit. We tell Palestine like, hey, cool it with the rockets.
Yeah.
We're watching them. We're watching you. You guys just fucking do your thing. You know what I mean? We'll give Palestine some aid as basically reparations for the last
70 some odd years.
yeah, and you guys get on your feet. And it's like, Israel, you're good. You got nukes. You can thank us for that shit later. And you've got how many billions of dollars that we've given you over all this time. You guys should be fucking fine.
Yeah.
And just
Dreaming of a better world.
yeah, I'm just like the whole thing of like it's it's basically a kind of an American proxy state, colonial proxy state of us throwing our weight around in there, and it's allowed the leaders there to get really out of control.
If you cut Israel off, you're cutting off a third to a half of the world's Jewish population.
I mean, cutting them off.
We don't. I mean, we don't need to support. I mean, what? So we cut off.
Yeah,
we
we don't give India any
Lithuania.
money. Yeah,
like we don't. We have cut off Lithuania. We don't.
Yeah.
So I guess we're cutting off the 100% of the world's Lithuanian population.
Yeah.
Like, what does it mean to cut them off? Like, they should be cut off. Then they'll learn to act right. They will learn to have to resolve whatever regional problems with diplomacy rather than having to do war every fucking 5 minutes. Like,
I mean, we don't give, Italy any money.
And it should not be in our charter to fucking fund any other foreign. I don't want to fund Egypt. We fund their military too. We spend a ton of money on the Egyptian military. Like, fuck that too.
Yeah.
Like, Israel and Palestine resemble South African apartheid in some ways. Yeah, I know. That's why South Africa was an ally of the Palestinian cause, or at least, the Nelson Mandela and his.
Yeah, man, it's fucked up. It's complicated shit, but it just seems like. I will say that the one thing that's interesting is at least some aspects of the narrative are being more honestly interrogated by Americans writ large than they have been in the past.
Oh yeah, and it's only gonna be more interrogated. Like, I was thinking the other day, like, if I had any kind of control over the current Israeli state, and the charter given to me was American opinion of Israel is bad and getting worse. Your job is to turn that around, flip around the public opinion of Israel. Like, if you have the ability to do anything, to do that. The only metric we're judging you on is whether or not popular opinion returns in Israel's favor. What would you actually do? What would you actually do in order to stop the bleeding of support and turn it around to increase support? Clearly, endless militarism isn't the way to go there, especially if it's, at the cost of the American taxpayer. Tying America's military to Israel's obviously is not the way to go. Like, you would have to stop all of your military operations, all the different fronts that you fight them on over there. You have to find a way to create peace treaties and, lasting trade partnerships between all your regional neighbors. You have to find a way to allow Palestinians their sovereignty and just their sole sovereignty too. No more of this. Well, you want to build a pier, you have to get permission from Israel to build your pier. None of that. They want to build a pier, they can build a pier, etc., etc. And there has to be some form of reparations. Like, a lot of what Israel has been for the past 70 years needs to be shut off and completely undone before you could even get to the point where you do positive PR campaigns. Before you get to the point where it's like, okay, we need to really bolster the Israeli movie industry. We need to get some Israeli movies out there that really shows the country in a positive light. We need more pop culture. We need more. We need to do all of the sorts of things that you see Saudi Arabia doing.
Or maybe they could find a restaurant in America, kind of like Casa Bonita, and rescue it like the guys from South Park
Casa
did.
Bonita. Oh boy. I feel like that would have the opposite effect. Like, if there was some beloved restaurant or something, Fuddruckers? And it's like, hey guys,
yeah, bring back Fuddruckers?
Fuddruckers coming back.
If it was really good, funded by Israel, I'd be like, yeah, let's talk about that aid money again. This burger is delicious.
I feel like an Israeli Fuddruckers would probably send a lot of Americans into a fucking blood frenzy.
He's Haunted Taco has been to Casa Bonita.
I think I had been too when I was a kid. I think it was a
Oh,
school
really?
field trip when I lived in Denver.
Oh wow.
I don't know.
Casa Bonita.
You see, here's the thing. I was a kid. I was like
Yeah.
in second grade, so I don't remember the name of the place. But I remember we went on a school field trip to a taco restaurant that was like a theme park.
That was Casa Bonita.
Yeah,
dude.
it was big. We went inside. There was the waterfall, and there was all this shit.
That's
And
awesome.
It was delicious and it was awesome. I never knew the name of it until I saw that South Park episode.
Oh, really?
And then I was like, wait, did I go to that place?
That's awesome. I didn't know you lived in Colorado. You live in Colorado Springs, right?
No, Denver. I was in
Denver.
Denver. Yeah, when I was a
There's
kid.
an Air Force base in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, the Air Force Academy. That's where my uncle went. But
Oh, okay.
at the time, there was Lowry Air Force Base in Denver.
Oh,
That's
okay. I
where my
didn't know
dad
there
was
an Air
stationed.
Force- I didn't know there was a base in
Yeah, they shut it down a long time ago.
Wow.
But yeah, I think APAC interfering in U.S. elections is kind of the best argument to cut them off. Saudi Arabia's them too. Any foreign power and they try to interfere in our elections, treat them as hostile. That's also a part of my Great American Rebuild project.
Yeah, I mean it's funny because like we were talking about various different things, and like a lot of some of our solutions are actually solved like downstream. You know what I'm saying? With like redoing elections and redoing how elections are done, how much money can be spent, redoing
A lot of anti-corruption stuff.
redoing the criminal justice system,
Yeah.
redoing how that fixes the it's like you can all the stuff about pardons, that's assuming that it is still broken as fuck, and it becomes much more useful to have pardons. But if you
Yeah.
fix all this shit downstream, well then ideally you don't have as many radical injustice, that has to be alleviated via pardons at the highest level. You know what I mean?
That would be the that would be the goal.
Yeah, it's
That
to
would be the
fix
goal,
the
is-
things so that it's
And I guess before we end it, because it's pretty late, we probably end it. But like ultimately, the whole structure of our country was designed by our founding fathers to be a modular government.
yeah.
The idea is shit will be broken at some point. This isn't meant to be like a rigid, concrete sort of structure. So, in the event that you need to fix things or reform things or restructure things and move things around or whatever, we are giving you the tools to do that. And at some point we were just like, nope, this is just dogmatic fucking principle that will never change. And the case should be made, the point should be made in some capacity that, and it should be made to the whole of the American society, that our government is broken because we've never done service on it. Like, it's like driving a car where you never change the oil.
Yeah.
You never change your spark plugs. You never change your belt. You never change your radiator fluid or flush the radiator. Like, you're just driving this thing in like the rawest form. It's gonna break down. And so we
it
need
kind
to
of
do
reminds
these
me of
things.
that episode on TNG where they go down to the planet and everyone's sterile because like this robot has been basically making life just completely easy for everybody, and like but the side effect is that it makes everybody sterile, so they kidnap all the kids off the Enterprise.
I remember that
You know what I
episode.
mean?
Yeah.
And so like eventually the Enterprise realizes what the problem is, and they're like, "Tell you what, we can actually fix the machine. You won't be sterile anymore, but you're gonna give us our kids back." And they're
Yeah.
like, okay. But it's one of those things where it's like they just forgotten how to work on the machine. No one knew how any science worked anymore. They were all smart, but they're all artists and shit. Where like they had no idea. There was no engineers because no one had ever had to do anything because the robot had been doing it all for fucking like
Yeah.
1,000 years or some shit. And it's kind of like that with our founding fathers. It's like everyone's so afraid to fuck with the system. It's like, this has kind of worked. We probably should just. But Jefferson particularly was like, yeah, these are good rules for now, but we probably should make some things where they just kind of roll their own later on, because who knows what shit they're going to be dealing with. You know? And Adams was a lot more like, no, we have to make this a little really rigid, so that they don't fuck it up and end up, But like there was some back and forth over how malleable the system should actually be.
Right.
You know what I mean? The problem is that what we've done is we've created it's like our ruling class, our governing class has always been, there's been a ton of lawyers, predominantly lawyers. And you can tell because they've like bent the fucking rules into a pretzel. It's like, to bring it back to Judaism, it's like when they have like all those wacky inventions to avoid like doing certain things on the Sabbath, but it's like, You know, they like don't use electricity. There's a whole series of
Yeah.
inventions and stuff they have that's specifically to avoid like the letter of the writing of the teaching of the Talmud, but not the spirit of it, right? It's like
Yeah.
it's like you guys are taking this super literally when I think it's supposed to be meant more figuratively. You know, it's like they don't. You know, it's like, but it's kind of like that. It's like they've find ways to game the very letter of the wording and shit. You know, but then still get a bunch of fucked up shit done. You know what I mean? Because and then justify the fucked up shit by like, well, it just works within the framework of the thing. It doesn't have to change. They made it. You know, it's like, yeah, fuck that. You know, that's stupid. The guys who wrote this didn't know anything about the internet.
Yeah.
And a gun took like fucking 7 minutes to load one shot. You know what I mean? I don't.
Yeah.
Why are we worried all that much about what they would say, or you know, who cares?
Yeah, they were all bean farmers.
And we're also assuming that somehow these guys were like the smartest motherfuckers that have ever lived on the planet, you know?
Let's see.
Yeah. No, is that Jefferson said every law should expire in about 20 years. He was like, yeah, 20 years. I think Jefferson would be in favor of our the Logan's Run clause.
That's why it's called a constitution. It's something to build upon. It establishes a foundation. Your stance on Israel is the same as early 2000s. Huh?
Whose stance in the early 2000s?
But evolves as time does. I'll have to ruminate on that question a little later, Wisp. But I think it's time to end this broadcast. As you can tell, we brought the band back.
Oh yeah,
got some smooth grooves going. But
I didn't send it.
Shit, we talked about a lot
on purpose. We're not sure.
Don't know what you mean with that one, bud. Thank you, everybody, for joining me, as always.
Yeah,
Thank you, Justin.
We covered a lot of ground.
It was an accidental press. No worries. No worries.
Oh, good.
No, we covered a lot of ground. We didn't even get to my document. Maybe we'll do that next time.
Yeah.
We'll do
that in 2027.
Do that in 2027. Yeah, we seem to do like a once a year stream, it seems.
We could probably do more. It's a bit of a hike out here, you know.
I know. You're telling fucking me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, ever since gas prices shot up, it's like, fucking A, man, I hate living out here now. I mean, I was never a giant fan because, like, there's nothing out here. It's a fucking 18-minute drive to my nearest HEB, but it just sucks that, like, now I'm out here isolated. It is hard to, like, hang out with people, but, like, when I want to go hang out with people, when I go, and I do regularly, I go hang out with Holly, I go, drink with some buds. When I do that, though, it's costly. It is a costly endeavor, especially since now they're cutting gas with E15 ethanol.
Dude, I gotta say, man, I got the electric car. That thing fucking rocks.
You know what? I wanted to buy the hybrid of the car I have, but couldn't find one in Austin at the time I was shopping around. And I thought about it at the time. I was like, because my PT Cruiser was fucking shit. It was a no-go, and I didn't want to spend the money to fix it, to drive it around. And I was like, well, should I try to ship it in from, like, if there's one in like San Antonio or Houston or whatever? Should I see about having it, if there is one, have it delivered, or if it's outside the state? And I just didn't want to deal with that. Like, the car was right there, and I was like, you know what, this is fine. I'll just get this one. I'll get a hybrid or electric at some point in the future.
Yeah.
And man, do I wish I had not done that. I wish I at least had a hybrid.
Well, it's funny. My mom's husband was giving me shit about my electric car because one time we were, it has basically 250-mile range. It's not a great range, but I can theoretically get to my mom's house.
If you're not doing a road trip
Granbury. I can theoretically get to my mom's house in Granbury without having to stop to recharge. The problem is going up there, there's almost no place to recharge.
Yeah.
When I first got the car, I didn't know, So I tried to make one. So one time we went up there, I don't know, it was cold or something, but we ran out of juice. and we ended up like,
if it's cold, you will do that faster.
yeah, but we just got the car, so I didn't have a sense for like, you know, I had made it when it was cold once before. I don't know what happened. Maybe I was gunning it too much or whatever, but we ran out of juice in Stephenville. So we parked it in Stephenville, and my mom can't pick us up. Well, he was giving me shit about it, you know, and he was like, oh, you know, so how's your electric car working out? I was like, yeah, fuck off. You know, he was giving me shit about it. And then like, you know, but then I figured out like, oh, there's a place in Waco. If I go to Waco first, there's a supercharger in Waco. I can completely recharge.
You do realize, like, the problem isn't your electric car.
No,
the
it's
problem
no gas
is there's
stations.
no
Yeah.
there's no infrastructure
Yeah,
for it.
none.
That's
That's what I
it would
told-
be like if there was no gas station
Exactly,
for your
that's what I-
car.
that's what I told-
And then
yeah.
you drive up in your electric car. Hey, how you liking your combustion engine there? Like,
well, so the funny thing is that now it's no problem. There's a place I stop in Waco. It's super great. It's right on the way. I just had to change my route because before I went all the way up 183. So I stop in Waco, supercharge, fill it back up, and then boom, I'm there. They actually have a charger for their RV at their house that works with my thing, so I can charge it at night. It works great. So that's like super great. And then I come back and same thing, stop in the same place. Anyway, but he was talking and he's like, yeah, did you hear? You know, everyone just, Ford just canceled all these car companies. They canceled their complete EV lines, you know, the whole fucking thing. They all rolled back. All these companies rolled back their EVs because they weren't really selling them for, you know, a while. But now, you know, since that happened, they all did this. And then the fucking war in Iran breaks out. Gas goes through the roof. And now there's all of a sudden a huge demand for EVs again. You know what I mean? And these companies are like, oh,
I mean, all their EVs were like fucking $60,000.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. That's Trump. It wasn't a big deal because there was that subsidy. So
the subsidy was, I mean, even with the subsidies, it was still expensive.
Yeah.
Like, the lowest model, I think, was the Nissan Leaf. And with the $7,500 subsidy, it was pretty affordable. A Nissan Leaf was. But outside of
those Hyundai, there was a Kia one that was pretty affordable with the subsidy, and one of the Hyundais that were pretty good with the subsidies. There were other ones as well. The Bolts, not the Volt, but the Bolt, that was affordable. It was pretty good. And when they killed those subsidies, man, they made the cars too unaffordable. And so then the companies were like, well, no one's buying these things because they're fucking super expensive now. So fuck it, blow it off. And of course now, you know what I mean? And so I was telling my mom, I was like, yeah, actually, I'm really loving my fucking, because the thing is that like, oh, your electric bill will go up. I didn't notice my bill go up at all. I get in that car, I can charge it at night. It's fucking 100% the next, or 80%. You're not supposed to charge it to 100. It's 100%, 80% the next morning. Drive it around for like a week, throw it in the charger overnight. I'm in the RAV4 tonight because it was charging, at home. But it's like, dude, it's like, I put gas in that fucking thing. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you know what I mean?
You basically have to slit your wrist and put it up to the fucking card reader.
Plus, I just hate gas companies, man. I just
that too.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, it all sucks. It all sucks.
But
what am I gonna do? I'm trapped now.
He's got like an F-250, so next time I see him, I'm like, hey man, how's that combustion engine working out for you? You know what I mean? It's like,
Jesus.
I rolled up here for fucking free, dude. So I don't know.
Yeah, or at least pennies, I guess. Pennies on the dollar,
Yeah.
depending. Well, that's another thing. Like in the South, in Texas, West Texas, especially Arizona, and like fucking the deserts of California. There's no reason why you just can't have massive solar farms that are just constantly juicing energy right back in the grid.
We're about to crack that shit, dude. We are on the verge of like all kinds of scientific discoveries that are gonna.
Oh, they're not. This is just stuff that's happening in like China and other parts of the world. But here in America, this is like a fist fight against oil companies to get this shit.
It's true, but like they're working on these fusion reactors now.
Yeah,
that, like, you know,
partially, like, this is a crazy story that has gone almost completely unreported at this point. I think that's part of the reason why all those nuclear scientists have come up dead or missing.
Oh, you think so?
I think so. You know about the right? There's like at least 15
of
them.
I've heard that's a bit of like data collation, right? Like some of those people that they're saying are like their death was completely explained. And their families are like, there is nothing to see here. This is really not a conspiracy. But
I don't know.
I have seen some of the videos. I did see one where they talked two of them, and they're like, two of these guys definitely committed suicide. Like their families are like, these guys had big problems. They were alcoholics, and or one guy died of like cirrhosis. I don't know. I like kind of armchair listen to this thing. I have to go back and listen to it. But I do think that that wouldn't surprise me. There was a rash, I think in the 80s, where a bunch of scientists died mysteriously.
Really?
Yeah. But there's that. They've discovered there's this company out in like Seattle, and they've built these like things where they go up and down in the waves. They generate a
Oh, I
shit
saw.
ton of
Yeah, the
electricity.
Bowie ones. Yeah.
There's
Bowie?
like several
Bowie?
companies. Bowie. Bowie was knife guy and the singer.
Yes.
They got several companies are doing those things. They're generating a ton of electricity. I have a feeling they got these new batteries. There's 2 different new technologies. There's sodium ion batteries that are fucking
yes, I've heard about the sodium ion.
way better and way less toxic and just like fucking way more amazing than lithium. We're on the verge of like cracking a lot of this shit. You know what I mean? That's gonna be awesome. I don't know what
I
the
wonder how a sodium ion battery is created.
I don't know.
I would assume that with sodium in the name, it requires salt. Sodium atoms. Okay, I'll have to look into this a bit more. But yes, I have heard about how much more amazing the sodium ion batteries are, but I haven't really watched or
Yeah, they're talking
anything
like
about it.
electric cars that charge in like 10 minutes,
A couple minutes.
and go 1,800 miles or something.
1,800 miles is kind of fucking crazy.
It is insane. So, I mean, anyway, that's almost the whole conversation in and of itself.
Well, this was thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah.
I put off some chores. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it, Farms. I know that you've been wanting me to do more political stuff, and I kind of don't do that. Not as often, at least, but I'm glad that we did this tonight. This was good. I've been seeing a lot more of them electric scooters. Maybe I'll need to hitch up a horse. I should get like well, no, not in this city. Never mind. I was gonna say I should get like an electric bike, but riding a bike in this city is a good way to die.
I got hit by a car on my bike.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that. Same thing with modern grow lights. With modern efficiency, they are super cheap to run, but people still think it makes a big electric bill. AC makes a big bill. LED are super efficient.
Yeah, dude. There's another thing they're doing, these like vertical farms. There's like the vertical farm in like somewhere up north, and it's like it's not big, but it's like 5 levels tall, and it's like more efficient than like an acreage like 70 times larger than it is. You know what I mean? The thing is that like there's all kinds of things.
I wonder how the verticality affects water usage.
Well, they don't like. I don't know, but I know that like they like originally you think, oh, you could just make the big thing out of glass and it would just keep bugs out. You wouldn't need pesticides, and you could just start at the top and like rain water on it and just have it drip down the floor. But I think they were saying on this special that like they can only grow. It's basically a hydroponic farm. It's basically like that. It's not like they're just got a high rise with dirt on every floor and they're growing corn on every floor going up. Which maybe they could do that. You know what I mean? That would be cool. But I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't be doing that shit. There's all kinds of stuff that we could be doing. But for some reason
it's all about the will.
Yeah, for some reason AI is being utilized to put concept artists out of work. You know what I mean? It's like, concept artists, we finally got them where we want.
All right, and with that, signing off for the night. Thank you everybody for joining me. Appreciate it as always. I will be back tomorrow, solo. Probably, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Actually, I don't know. I started playing Fable, so maybe
the new one.
The new one's not out yet.
Oh, okay.
It looks cool, but I guess maybe in gearing up for that one, I started playing Fable Anniversary. So I'll probably play some of that tomorrow, but hope to see you all again then. If not, take care, and I'll see you when I see you. Later, everybody.
Bye, y'all.